Welcome everyone. My name is Mikke Stelander. I'm the Commodore of the HSS Yacht Club. I want to welcome you all here to Helsinki and to Musiikkitalo and for a lovely venue that's been arranged. We had a speakers' dinner last night, and while we were exiting the restaurant, there was a German lady exiting at the same time, and she was watching us and said that, "Who are you people? What do you represent?" And we were looking at each other briefly and wondering what to answer. And the answer was a little bit blurry, sort of, well, we like classic boats. It's getting to a level of sickness. But it's about beauty and it's about internationalization. It's about youngsters, new generations, blah, blah, blah. She looked at me and us and left. I think that we all share the sickness in this room. We know what it is, but it's hard to explain. There's going to be a lot of medicine for you for the afternoon. This is the 13th time that we're doing this. I was talking to John Lammerts and Bueren yesterday as well, and when we started 13 years ago, there were 3 international guests. All other were Finns. Now there are close to 20 different nationalities in this room. 25% are out of Finland, not non-Finns. So this has definitely become an international venue. What do we do next? I don't know. Thank you. Thank you, Oliver. It is good to see the old faces, and it's good to see some new faces here. What do we do after this? What do we do to make it bigger? That's a question for next week, after today and after tomorrow. Maybe, American Idol has been there for 20 years. Maybe we franchise this. Maybe we do something else. I don't know. Kim is up to it. You know, guys, that he is. I want to welcome you all. Have a lovely day.
All right, guys, welcome on behalf of me to the HSS Classic Yacht Symposium. How are you doing, John?
I'm good and excited and really happy to see you all. Thank you for coming. This is the 13th edition, and we have worked it back. So when this all started back in 2011, Finland was not the happiest country in the world. I think together we changed that all, and since the last 9 years, because of the symposium, this is now the happiest country in the world.
Yes.
So I just want to have a warm welcome to the Finns, of course. You are hosting us and making us feel at home. And a big welcome to all the foreign guests and international guests who came from literally all corners of the globe. So my name is John Lammerts from Bueren.
And my name is Samppa Vilkuna. I will be co-chairing the event for today, together with many great speakers. But hey, we are sold out, as you probably have heard many times, but also we have now YouTube link for our virtual listeners. So that will be there, and we will also make a short cuts of all the presentations after the event, so you can hear all the great speeches. We have 8 speeches today, and I would like to first thank every one of you who have really prepared and made a lot of effort on your presentations. I can see some already shivering here. But I know there's a lot of work put into those presentations, and that's, of course, for us as the audience, it's a great thing. We also want you to share, if you have any great pictures or any insights for social media, use the handle HSS Classic Yacht Committee. So we can see some other pictures there too.
Yeah, so the organization of the Classic Yacht Symposium is headed by HSS. And Mikke, who was just here, is the Commodore. He has, and this is new for everyone, he just signed up for another 10 years as Commodore. And,
Thank you, Mikke.
I think the problem is that the Mamador doesn't know it yet. So anyway, so HSS is heading the organization, but is joined by the 12 yacht clubs of Helsinki. And they bring us, they support us, help with volunteers and work and everything there is. And it's a fantastic joint organization of all the yacht clubs of Greater Helsinki.
That's quite exceptional, isn't it?
I think so. I mean, if they would all agree, there would only be one yacht club. So, like once a year, they come together, which is fantastic. So, but our team of volunteers is 45, which is a big club, and I thank them all.
Yeah.
So.
Thanks for the volunteers. We still have a few household points, so please put your phones, of course, on silent. And as said, all presentations will be shared on YouTube later the event, not tomorrow, I promise. We would like with John that also you get to know at least one person you have never met. So this is a great gathering of like Mikke put it, sick people, so get to know similar minds. And this year I will not make any false promises on the beer. So beer will be on a second break on the beers, not on the first break.
Promise?
I promise.
Okay.
I've been given that promise now, because last year I did the false promise. But also for the foreign guests to know, kippis in Finnish means cheers. So let's try it. Kippis.
Kippis.
Good. And if you forget it, it means kippist. So it's very easy to remember. But hey, before we jump into the keynotes, we have actually a bit of a surprise for you, some special greetings from the other side of the world. So let's hit it.
Hello to everyone at the Classic Yacht Symposium in Helsinki. My name is Leo, and I was a speaker at the event last year, and I spoke about Tally Ho, the boat which I'm on right now, which I bought for $1 back in 2017 and then rebuilt with the help of many people over 7 years, and documented and funded that project through my YouTube videos. Now I'm very sad that we can't be at the symposium this year, but we're currently making our way back from the Pacific Ocean towards the UK, where we're hoping to compete in the Fastnet Race 2027, 100 years after this boat won it in 1927. And right now, we're on the Pacific side of the Panama Canal, waiting for our transit date so we can head through into the Caribbean Sea. Now I know you guys are in for a real treat. I've seen the phenomenal speakers lineup. I'm sure they're all going to be fascinating. And I know you're all going to enjoy some true Finnish hospitality. Just beware the hangover that sometimes comes with it. Have a great weekend, and if you want to learn more about this boat and this project, you can do so by looking up Samson Boat Co. or Tally Ho, and I hope we'll be with you next year. Cheers.
All right, so up to our first speaker. So our first speaker flew in from Sydney, Australia, long way away, almost polar opposite of Helsinki. He's a life member of the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia. He was a crew member on the 12-meter Australia and the America's Cup. He's a co-founder of the youth sailing program, competing in eight Admirals Cups. He's on the advisory committee of the Admiral Cup. Goes on and on. What we need to know is he sailed 31 Sydney Hobarts. He won it 5 times on line honors, 2 times overall, if I don't mistake. And he's here to tell us about the story of the Sydney to Hobart race. Peter Shipway.
All right. Thank you, John, and good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for having me here, and I'm being made very welcome, and it's a real honour, so I hope you'll enjoy this. I've got to fit 80 years into 25 minutes, so bear with me. Okay, let's get rolling. The Sydney to Hobart, starting in Sydney Harbour the day after Christmas, The yachts head into the Tasman Sea for the 628 nautical mile run down the southeast coast of the continent. The start attracts hundreds of thousands of spectators on the water and around the natural amphitheatre of the harbour and watching the nationwide broadcast on television. The yachts cross the notoriously treacherous Bass Strait, where currents run raging west to east from the Indian and Southern Oceans, funnel through the narrow, shallow Struan Strait between the Australian mainland and the island of Tasmania. In a good year, a nor'easterly wind can create a record-breaking run to Tasman Island, where the yachts turn right at the huge 300-metre high sentinel that is Tasman Island, at the entrance of the appropriately named Storm Bay, then takes them towards the finish, the Derwent River, right in the heart of Hobart. Hobart, founded in 1804, is the second oldest city in Australia behind Sydney. It was founded as a penal settlement for convicts sent from Great Britain and is, of course, the birthplace of Queen Mary of Denmark. In a bad year, the Southern Ocean can smash the fleet, with an Antarctic gale as it did in 1998, the deadliest in the event's history. 6 sailors lost their lives. Only 44 of the 115 starters finished. 5 boats sank. A Bass Strait bomb, a supercell, devastated and demolished the fleet on the second and third days, with hurricane-force winds gusting up to 90 knots and monstrous, steep-breaking, chaotic seas of 30 metres. In what was the largest peacetime search and rescue effort in Australian history, over 50 sailors were rescued by other competitors, commercial vessels and helicopters. Overall, the rescue efforts involved 35 military and civilian aircraft and, incredibly, 27 Royal Australian naval vessels. The race was won by one of the smallest yachts, 35-foot Midnight Rambler, while Sayonara, seen here, Bruce Farr designed Maxi, owned and skippered by Larry Ellison, was first to finish. On arrival, Ellison declared, "Never again." The first race, which began on Boxing Day, 1945, was something of a post-World War II wind-down. Royal Navy Chief Engineer Captain John Illingworth, stationed in Sydney with the Royal Australian Navy's fleet, which with US forces had been holding off the Japanese in the Pacific, was a past Commodore of the Royal Ocean Racing Club and was an outstanding ocean racing yachtsman in England prior to the war. Over a dinner in Sydney in May 1945, at which he was to talk about his yachting experiences, one of the guests mentioned a planned cruise to Hobart. Illingworth was invited to join. Famously, Illingworth said, "No, but if you make a race of it, I will come." The Cruising Yacht Club of Australia, based in Sydney, which was established a year earlier, ran the race and has every year since, except 2020, when it was cancelled because of COVID. 9 yachts crossed the starting line in that first race and 8 finished. Captain Illingworth acquired a 34-foot double-ended sloop designed and built in Australia. He said it represented a brilliant design with a very easily driven hull, and he renamed her Rani. She was the smallest yacht in the race. As was to so often happen, the weather turned on the second day of the race, and the fleet battled a force 9 southerly gale and wild seas, with waves up to 20 metres high across Bass Strait. The storm lasted for 36 hours, and all the yachts hove to or sheltered, except for Rani, who battled on. Her mainsail ripped, but was repaired by one of the crew. She was leaking badly, and water below decks floated the labels off bottles and tins, consequently choking the bilge pumps and leaving no clues at the contents of the food containers. On the third day out, the alarm was raised when race officials and the RAAF, the Royal Australian Air Force, were unable to make contact or locate Rani. Rani had disappeared. Even the RAAF Catalina sent to track the boats were unable to find her. She was presumed lost, and most thought in hindsight it had been a mistake to let such a relatively small yacht join the race. The newspaper headlines screamed, "Yachts lost," and the media were having a field day about the missing yachts. An RAAF Catalina eventually spotted Rani in Storm Bay on New Year's Day, just 20 miles from the finish, and unknown to the crew, miles ahead of the opposition. As they moved up the Derwent and came closer to Hobart, messages began to be flashed in Morse code using car headlights to ascertain that it was Rani and she was safe. A small vessel approached carrying New Year's revellers, and Illingworth shouted across, "How are we doing?" With that, there was much laughter from the small launch, and Rani's crew morale fell, as with no radio communication, they had no idea how they were going. There was disbelief aboard Rani when Illingworth asked further, "How many boats are in?" There was more laughter. Then came the reply, "You are first." The crew could not believe it. Someone else yelled across, "Are you a dry ship?" "Yes," they said. Then the launch closed in and a bottle of whiskey was passed across. They crossed the line and berthed to a hero's welcome at Constitution Dock at the centre of Hobart. Rani took both line and handicap honours in 6 days and 4 hours, arriving on the 1st of January 1946, and history was made. She remains all these years later as the smallest yacht ever to win line honours. Here's Illingworth and his victorious crew. Illingworth returned to England shortly after and went on to win both the 1947 and 1949 Fastnet races with his Myth of Malum. Rani was subsequently wrecked off the north of Sydney a few years later, so a significant piece of Australia's maritime history was lost forever. Second to finish in the first race was Winston Churchill, which some 53 years later tragically sank in the aforementioned disastrous 1998 race. 3 of her crew members drowned after their life raft failed in treacherous conditions, and the rest of the crew endured 28 hours in the water before being rescued by helicopter late on the 3rd day. This is Winston Churchill on the afternoon of the race she sank. 24 hours later, she was gone. Competition in that first race was certainly not as fierce as it is today. One of the contestants sheltered from the blow behind Montague Island off the southeastern tip of Australia before entering Bass Strait, and the crew went ashore shooting a few rabbits, which they had for dinner that night while still at anchor. They resumed racing some 30 hours later. It was that sort of race. The only yacht to retire that year was Archina, now beautifully restored and sailing in the classic regattas on Sydney Harbour. The last yacht to finish in that inaugural year was Wayfarer, taking an incredible 11 days and 6 hours, which is still the slowest time in the race's history. 19 boats started in the second race, but only 11 finished. The magnificent Morna, seen here, took the first of her 7 line honours. She was a 66-foot William Fyfe designed cutter built in Sydney for preeminent surgeon Alexander McCormick, later Sir Alexander, launched in 1913. She won again a year later, setting a new race record of 4 days and 5 hours. Morna's record stood for 3 years when the beautiful Margaret Rintoul, a 44-foot yawl designed by Philip Rhodes from the United States, cut it by 2 hours and 32 minutes. This is Margaret Rintoul racing today. This photo was taken while racing across Sydney Heads in a recent Sydney Hobart Classic Regatta. It won photographer Andrea Francolini the Water Sports World Photo Award in the Classic Yacht category in 2024. Morna was later owned by the eccentric sheep farming bachelor brothers Frank and John Livingston, who renamed her Kurrawa 4 and took her to 4 more line honours victories. Her record of 7 line honours in the Great Race lasted until 2014, when Wild Oats 11 took over the mantle. At the start of each Hobart race, John Livingston would stand in the bow playing the bagpipes, resuming his post at the finishing line and playing until Kurrawa 4 was berthed. The Livingstons later commissioned Scottish yard Alexander Robertson and Sons to build a David Boyd-designed Kurrawa 5, a 12-metre challenge for the 1964 America's Cup trials for Great Britain, but her near sister ship Sovereign was selected. Hampered by poor performances, she was then sold on to the French plastics millionaire Baron Bick in 1973 to act as a trial horse in the first French America's Cup Challenge. Now renamed Ikra, she is a feature in the classic yacht regattas in the Mediterranean. Morna's original owner, also had another magnificent yacht designed and built in Scotland by the Fyfes. Ada, a 72-foot schooner named after his wife and launched in 1924. In 1928, McCormick and 3 others sailed her from the United Kingdom to Sydney via the Panama Canal. He sold her after the Japanese launched a midget submarine attack on shipping in Sydney Harbour in 1942, and she was resold after the war to an Australian yachtsman, Peter Warner, in 1960. Warner renamed her Astor after the household appliance company he owned and raced her in 4 successive Sydney Hobarts, 3 of which she was first to finish. She is now in American ownership in San Diego. The first yacht from Sparkman and Stevens, the American design team, ever to be built outside of the USA was Landfall, a 44-foot yawl entered the 1952 race, 17 years after she was launched in Tasmania. In her race debut, she battled for line honours, finishing just 26 minutes astern in second place. Olin Stevens was just 25 when he designed her. The race has always brought out the best in yacht design: seaworthiness, safety and speed. But the courage and ingenuity of those who compete has been an ongoing feature from the beginning. One of the standout examples of the amazing enterprise and innovation took place in the 1963 race. Lolita, a 35-foot sloop, as seen as she is here today, rolled 360 degrees in the extreme conditions and was in danger of foundering. Half full of water, the crew managed to lower the level within the cabin sufficiently enough to attempt to dry the saturated electrics by pouring their precious whiskey and rum ration over the motor and igniting the alcohol. Their mast had gone overboard, carrying with it their radio antenna, which was part of the backstay, and they were increasingly blown offshore, further away from Hobart and towards New Zealand. Their sailing master, an RAAF navigator and radio operator, managed to salvage 2 valves from the yacht's war surplus tank radio, and using the yacht's bronze life rails as an antenna, punched out a Morse code message giving their position. Fortune smiled, and the message was picked up by a fisherman with a knowledge of Morse who passed it on. Incredibly, and you're not going to believe this, a Royal Navy submarine called HMS Trump. True story, was on exercises off Tasmania and picked up the message and sent to rescue Lolita. However, the Lolita crew had no idea whether the message had been received or whether they would be rescued, as they were rapidly running out of food and water. It was rumoured that the skipper in charge of the submarine had whispered to his second in charge, "Let's surface as close as possible and scare the shit out of them." As they approached, the last thing the stricken crew ever thought the rescue would be by submarine travelling underwater. To the enormous surprise of the Lolita crew, there was this massive eruption in the calm sea, as though some prehistoric monster was arising, and the sub surfaced within 20 metres of their stricken vessel and towed her to safety. HMS Trump, there it is. I can't make it up. Yes, another first for the Sydney Hobart race. The race really took on an international flavour when the US shipping magnate Sumner, or Huey Long's 57-foot centreboard yawl Ondine took line honours in the 62 race and smashed the existing race record by 14 hours, and beating the aforementioned Astor by just 60 seconds, the narrowest finishing margin in the history of the race. That's going up the Derwent River to the finish, Ondine just in front of Astor. Designed by American William Tripp Jr., she was the first ocean racing yacht constructed entirely of aluminium and tank tested at the Stevens Institute. Ondine had sailed 12,000 miles from the USA to compete. The race can be addictive, as Huey Long proved, returning 6 years later to take line honours with another Bill Tripp design, the 73-foot ketch Ondine II, with Ted Turner amongst the crew, along with a young Russell Long, son of owner Huey Long, seen here after the finish. They almost didn't make the start, being dismasted deep in the Southern Ocean en route to Sydney and having to make a frantic effort to get a replacement mast flown in, arriving just 2 days before the Boxing Day start. Yet again, they won line honours. He bought the same yacht back in '71 with less success, coming third across the line behind Kealoha. But Long's love affair with the race continued when he came back in 1974, returning with a new 80-foot Britain Chance design aluminium ketch Ondine III to take line honours once more, his third victory. Like a lot of Brit Chance designs, she was radical to say the least, with both towering masts the same height. A young Australian designer, Alan Payne, was starting to make an impact on the race. Alan, in fact, had sailed in the very first race as a 23-year-old as crewman aboard Horizon. His greatest ocean racing design was the Mighty Solo, arguably the country's finest ocean racing yacht during the 1950s. The 56-foot yawl, built in steel by her colourful owner, Vic Meyer, was almost unbeatable in Australian waters. Hard driven always by her owner and crew, she won 2 Hobart races outright and line honours twice and second to finish 4 times. Don't worry. The yawl built in steel, a later addition, as you might have seen, was a cowcatcher in the bow to give the foredeck crew some protection, as she was a submarine in heavy seas. I'm sure Alan Payne's name would be familiar to many as the designer of Sir Frank Packer's Gretel and Gretel II, Australia's 12-metre challenges for the 62 and 1970 America's Cups, respectively. Gretel, the first Australian 12-metre, became the first challenger to win a race against the Americans since 1934. The US yacht Weatherly won that series 4-1. Here is a great shot of Gretel surfing past Weatherly in that winning race. Gretel II also won a race in the 1970 challenge, but Intrepid, the US defender, prevailed 4-1. Gretel II was skippered by the internationally renowned Australian yachtsman Sir James, gentleman Jim Hardy. The Hardy's family's history in the Sydney Hobart is somewhat unique in as so much as his father Tom built a 44-foot gaff cutter Nerida launched in 1933, designed by Scotsman Alfred Milne. Tom Hardy, a winemaker, was killed in an air crash in 1938 when Jim was just 7 years of age, and leaving the family without a leader, they sold Nerida. The new owner skippered her to victory in the 1950 Hobart race. Many years later, when the Hardy wine label was well established, Sir James, in a nostalgic moment, purchased the vessel back, restored her to her former glory, and raced her in the 50th anniversary Hobart race in 1994. Jim, who passed away 3 years ago, was knighted for his services to yachting and the community. She still races today. Here she is in the Classic Yacht Regattas on Sydney Harbour. The international flavour of the Hobart race continued with Stormvogel racing under the South African flag and getting the gun in 1965. Designed by Van der Stat for plywood mogul Cornelius Brunzeel, the 73-foot ketch is still racing competitively today, having competed in last year's Fastnet race, a race in which she won line honours in 1961. New Zealand's admirable record in the event began in 1966 when the pencil-thin 61-foot Fidelis, designed by Danish-born, German-trained nude reamers, took line honours with what still remains the second biggest winning margin in the history, over 17 hours. The following year, another New Zealand entrant, the Sparkman & Stevens designed Rainbow 2, a 36-footer, one-tonner, skippered by Chris Bezade, raced to victory after holding a spinnaker down the east coast of Tasmania in a northwesterly gale after most yachts had reduced sail. Rainbow 2 gave New Zealand and Sparkman & Stevens its first overall handicap win in the race and put New Zealand firmly on the world ocean racing map. Rainbow 2 was the first overseas winner since the inaugural race, and Bezade subsequently went on to win the one-ton cup off Heligoland in Germany in 1969 with the same yacht. The same year that Rainbow 2 triumphed, another international yacht was the line honours winner, the radical 60-foot schooner Penduic 3, skippered by the legendary Eric Tabali. In the 1971 race, New Zealand incredibly made it a clean sweep of handicap honours, first, second and third with Pathfinder, Runaway and Waianawa. This is Pathfinder, another Sparkman & Stevens design, one-tonner built by a skipper, Bryn Wilson. Bezade was back in third place on Waianawa. The next year, 1972, was a watershed for the race when the converted 12-metre American Eagle, now skippered by the colourful Ted Turner, became the first yacht since the inaugural race to take line honours and handicap double. She was designed by Bill Luders for the 1964 America's Cup. Line honours in 1973 was taken by a real head turner, 72-foot ferro cement maxi, yes, ferro cement, named Helsel, colloquially referred to as the Flying Footpath, designed by an Australian, Joe Adams. Many thought she would sink before even getting out Sydney Heads, but the radically built sloop defied all the critics by sweeping to a new race record of 3 days and 1 hour. The party in Hobart town was a humdinger with a cement mixer hired to keep the beer cold. Seal 3, a 40-foot sloop from Hong Kong, gave Ben Lexon the first of his only 2 handicap victories in the same race. Formerly known as Bob Miller and best known for the wing keel he designed for Australia too. Another famous yachtsman to have a strong affection for the race was the American Jim Kilroy, first coming in 1971 to win line honours in his 73-foot ketch Kealoha 2, again from the Sparkman & Stevens design team. Kealoha 2, now Australian-owned, is still racing actively and another to have raced in last year's Fastnet race. History was again created when Kilroy was back in 75 with a newly launched Kealoha 3, again from the Sparkman & Stevens, taking line honours and becoming the first yacht to break 3 days in the record time of 2 days and 14 hours, a record that stood for an unprecedented 21 years. Kealoha had a thrilling battle all the way with the mighty Alan Gurney-designed Windward Passage in strong following northeasterly winds, winning by just 23 minutes. The 2 maxis were in sight of each other all the way as they surfed their way south to Hobart. 2 years later, both Kealoha 3 and Windward Passage were back for another round after a spectacular start in hard-running conditions. Kealoha was first to finish and became only the 3rd yacht in history to win line handicap doubles, and Passage was second. The late Sir Peter Blake, a New Zealand hero, took handicap and line honours double in 1980 with the Bruce Farr-designed Saramco New Zealand. Blake returned in 1984 to take line honours with the Ron Holland-designed 78-footer Lion New Zealand. Both yachts were specifically built for the Whitbread Round the World race, and Blake used the Hobart as a warm-up event, as did Grant Dalton in 1992 with the Farr-designed Maxi New Zealand Endeavour taking line honours. In the 80 years history of the race, New Zealand yachts have taken line honours 5 times and overall handicap honours 4 times. Runner-up to Saramco was the Alan Payne-designed Gretel, the 12-metre, now converted to ocean racing after the America's Cup career was over. It was a spinnaker run all the way, and the Farr-designed Saramco and Gretel thrived in the downhill conditions. With the exception of the very first Hobart race, the English had not really made an impression on the great race, but all that changed in 1969 when it was certainly Rule Britannia. Edward Heath, later to become Prime Minister of Great Britain, skippered the tiny SNS 34 Morning Cloud to overall victory. One of the smallest yachts to win, there's Heath and his crew, Tony Churchill on the left, the navigator. Some may remember Anthony Churchill. One of the smallest yachts ever to win, Morning Cloud weathered a tough punch across Bass Strait, and the victory was complemented by another English yacht, Crusade, the 64-foot Alan Gurney design. Skippered by Sir Max Aitken, later Lord Beaverbrook, the owner of the Daily and Sunday Express newspapers in the United Kingdom. Rupert Murdoch, the global mass communications figure, competed 6 times in the 60s with his own 54-foot ketch Alina, a John Alden design, which in 1 year came second across the line to Astor. Murdoch and his crew were infamous for their hijinks when they arrived each year in Hobart. On Huey Long's first visit in 1962, the Eilina crew notoriously arranged for a party aboard Long's Ondine without informing the owner. They had 1,000 invitations printed and delivered to waterside workers, nurses and the general public. They hired a Highland pipe band and invited the Governor of Tasmania and the Lord Mayor, who both arrived in full ceremonial dress. Well over 1,000 people turned up and enjoyed 20 18-gallon kegs of beer set up on the dock in front of and on board Ondine. To say Huey Long was gobsmacked would be an understatement. He was certainly not amused. Murdoch and his crew were suspended from the Cruising Yacht Club for 3 months and asked to write letters of apology to the Governor of Tasmania and the Royal Yacht Club of Tasmania. The yachts, the crews, the designers and the builders have always been the real celebrities. One name that probably stands out above all others when it comes to the Hobart race in this context, and that is the Halverson brothers. The patriarch, Lars Halvorsen, arrived from Norway in 1924 via South Africa. The rest of the family followed. The Halvorsen brothers, seen here, Trigg and Magnus, became legends in the Australian yacht scene, sailing their own boats that not only had they built, but they had also designed. 5 times they won the great race, first with Solveig, after taking line honours with her in '53. Solveig competed in the 2021 Classic Regatta on Sydney Harbour. Next came Anitra 5, a 12-metre cutter designed by Trigg, and was overall winner in '57. Here she is racing today, still on Sydney Harbour in immaculate condition. Then the greatest of them all, Freya, the 37-foot sloop, winning 3 years in succession, 63, 64 and 65, a feat never to be repeated. One thing to design a yacht, another to build, and then another to sail it to victory 3 times in a row. They established a legacy of speed and seaworthiness that remains unmatched in the race's history. All their successful yachts were double-enders or canoe sterns, and Magnus Halvorsen, a magnificent old-school navigator, still holds the record for the most corrected time victories in the Great Race, 5 in total. The 1970s saw Sparkman and Stevens enjoy the spotlight with the history-making Love and War, the 47-foot sloop, winning the first of her 3 victories in 1974, repeating this in '78 and again in 2006. Love and War's record stands supreme today. Launched in '73, besides winning 3 times, she's been 3rd overall twice, 4th once, and divisional winner 8 times. Built under the old RORC rule, she has transcended this rule, incredibly finishing 3rd just 3 months ago as a 52-year veteran. She's won the veteran division in the 50th, 75th and 80th anniversary races, and the only modifications made in all that time has been the conversion of some, but not all, winches to self-tailing. I was fortunate enough to be aboard for 2 of the victories, and our family was delighted just this last Boxing Day when our daughter Grace became the first female to race south in her crew and having the honour of steering Love and War across the finishing line in what was her first race to Hobart. Love and War here seen in the middle with the blue spinnaker, Fidelis on the left, and the refurbished 8-metre Defiance, which raced in 3 Hobarts on the right. Bruce Farr and his design office introduced winning lightweight yachts some 50 years ago and has dominated the race with an incredible 21 handicap victories. Bruce seen here on the left with Peter Blake and Peter Walker. The 1999 race saw the joint Australian-Danish entry, Nokia, become the first yacht to break 2 days for the 628 miles. She was built as Swedish match, a Bruce Farr design for the Whitbread 60 for the Whitbread Round the World race of 1997. The 2001, the Volvo Ocean race included the Sydney Hobart in their circumnavigation, with the Swedish entry, Assa Abloy, skippered by Neil MacDonald, taking line honours and leading the 8-yacht Volvo 60 fleet into Hobart. After a 3-hour stopover, they cast off on the next leg to Hobart. The previous year, Sweden also provided the line honours victor with the 80-foot Nicorette, skippered by the colourful Ludi Ingvall, well known, I'm sure, to a lot of Finnish yachtsmen. The official starter for the 2002 race was Sir Edmund Hillary, of course the first man to conquer Everest. The race entered its next iteration with the arrival of the Reichel Pugh-designed 100-footer Wild Oats 11 in 2004, setting records for line honours 9 times, 4 in a row, and on 2 occasions taking the treble with line and handicap honours and setting new race records. She has now been rebuilt to a 1K modifications with foils and renamed Palm Beach 11, and here she is seen after the Hobart race testing those foils out on Sydney Harbour. In 2014, a bold new competitor arrived on the scene to seriously challenge the supremacy of Wild Oats 11, Comanche. Comanche surged home in 2017, taking line honours with an yet unbeaten record of 1 day, 9 hours, at an average speed of just over 18 knots. Strangely, Comanche was not first to finish that year. Wild Oats 11 crossed the line, beating Comanche by 27 minutes, but was penalised 1 hour by the international jury for a rule infringement just outside Sydney Heads. Comanche has now secured that title on 5 separate occasions under 5 different owners or charterers. Some statistics over the years as I finish here. 7,830 yachts have started the race. 65,000 is the estimated crew that have competed. 31 yachts built before 1938 have competed. The largest fleet was in 1994 for the 50th anniversary race. 371 yachts started. Outside Australia, the USA has had the most line honours victories with 9. This is Constitution Dock, where the yachts tie up at the finish. The oldest skipper was the legendary Sid Fisher, at 88 years of age, a winner on both and handicap line honours. As I said yesterday, the softest part about Sid were his teeth. Close. He's passed on now, so God bless you, Sid. Closest finish for line honours was in 1982 when Condor beat Apollo by just 7 seconds. Smallest winning handicap winner was 9.2 metres or 30 feet, Screw Loose in 1979, a Ron Holland design. Each year has seen the race evolving. In recent years, there's been an introduction of double-handed division, which provided the outright winner for the first time in the most recent race, with foiling and other innovations which the Halversons and others could scarcely have dreamt of 81 years ago. The race will continue to evolve. But seamanship, seaworthiness and skills and wisdom acquired by hours of experience will always be the core and strength of those who battle the Tasman and to win one of the greatest of all ocean races, the Sydney Hobart. This race here is the little boat that I did my first 3 Hobart races on, 9.5 metres long, took me 145 hours. The last race I did to Hobart took me 44 hours on wild oats. But this little boat's still sailing on in Sydney Harbour, and looking back, I wouldn't have swapped it for anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. No worries. Yeah, it's quite tight. Hey, out of those 65,000 crew members or sailors, how many we have here in the audience? 1, 2, 3, 4. Quite nice, quite nice. So you better change some stories with Peter. But thanks a lot for what a great story about the Sydney Hobart. Next one up, we have Mr. William Collier. So when it comes to the seriously big yachts from the past, I think William Collier is the world's most sought-after expert. The only person on planet, actually, we just heard this one, who managed to convince his professors to allow his PhD to be on the history of yacht design. Is that true? Next, his life became one of the saving old boats from the mud pits and boneyards, and a life of figuring out how to bring them back to life, and of course the former glory. A life of research and restoration and preservation. And most recently, the founder of the Scottish Yachting Archives. This unique collection is in Glasgow, reveals the story and images we will probably see very shortly. But today, William will take us back into when the Maxis were truly the Maxis. So, welcome, William Collier.
Thank you, Trevor. Thank you very much. It's great to be back here. Wonderful event, and I'm never going to miss an edition. So what I wanted to talk to you about is the generation before the J-Class. Everyone's seen the J-Class thanks to their revival, but we don't know where these big boats came from. So today I'm going to be talking about the 30 years up to the First World War, succession of rules, 9 America's Cup challenges, and we're going to go quite fast, because I only have 25 minutes. So in the mid-1870s, yacht racing in Britain was based around yacht clubs. There were many different rules, and all of the rules essentially were based on the old customs house rules, which is how they charged for places in ports, based on commercial vessels. We had relatively small boats, no big cutters yet. The leading yacht designer at the time was William Fife II, father of the more famous William Fife III. His winning boat in the mid-1870s was the 40-tonner Bloodhound, and that was pretty well state-of-the-art. But in the mid-1870s, things start to change. We have a generation of young insurgents coming in, such as G.L. Watson and the slightly younger William Fife III. And both of these guys made their names by designing small racing yachts. Vril, which you can see here, is is the yacht that really made Watson's career, but he didn't have any money and he didn't have any clients, but he had friends. So he and 2 other friends built this boat to his design in the corner of a friendly shipyard. They had 2 professional carpenters working for them, and they went out in the next summer, and they pretty well dominated the 5-tonner class, which was the hot class at the time. Watson's career, of course, was short, but it was pretty amazing. Over 30 years, he launched a boat every 3.5 weeks to his design, so we can understand how he died of exhaustion, aged only 53. This drawing here was prepared by Jell Watson to show the comparison of all his America's Cup challenges. There's 5 of them designed, only 4 of them were built, but you can see a relatively conventional design at the top for an 1886 Challenger, then Thistle in 1887 with a cutaway underwater body. In the middle, Valkyrie 2, which is very similar to Britannia, a kind of ideal, beautiful, balanced shape. And then we get the out-and-out Sawanica rule boats, such as Valkyrie 3 and ultimately Shamrock 2. But what was going on in the 1870s was that the yacht owners got together and they decided that they needed to have more control of their sport, they needed a national body. So in 1875, they created the Yacht Racing Association, and gradually this harmonized racing across the UK. Lots of people didn't like it, so we get the emergence of 1 design classes, and we even have a yacht as late as 1899 called No YRA in protest at the national body. We didn't like it. But anyway, they came up with the first rule in 1881. And I'm not going to go into lots of formulas, but the important thing here is to look at B. B is beam, and B is everywhere in this formula. And this would lead to serious problems. Apart from the old established designers like the Second Fife and the young insurgents, there is a generation of established middle-aged designers who are pretty conventional. And by this I mean people like Alexander Richardson, and I'm going to talk about James Beaver Webb. In 1884, he got the commission to design 2 America's Cup Challengers. And the idea was that Genesta the first would challenge, and if she wasn't successful, Galatea would follow. And you can see Galatea here. She's an all-steel boat, not terribly successful, not as good as Genesta, because I think she was just way too heavy, because steel construction in yachts was pretty well at its infancy. But the important thing about this challenge is it was negotiated by the designer on behalf of the 2 owners, and when they came to how they would rate the yachts, he'd given no thought to it. So he writes to the New York Yacht Club saying, hey, I've got a good idea. Why don't we use the English system and the New York Yacht Club system, then we'll just take an average of the 2, and that will be fair. And of course, the New York Yacht Club are having nothing of this. So he had to accept the American rating system, or the New York Yacht Club rating system, and of course, like all British challengers, both boats lost. But whilst these kind of conventional things are going on, in the mid-1880s, people like Jell Watson in particular are really looking at that rule and remembering that beam is incredibly highly penalized. So in 1885, Watson comes out with a boat called Doris with a waterline length to beam ratio of 6, which is extreme. But there's 1 younger designer who thinks he can do better, William Evans Peyton, and he designs a boat with a length to beam average of about 6.12, and that's Una. Unfortunately, Una was built on the south coast, was sailed up, well, they tried to sail her up to Scotland to go racing, and it all went horribly wrong. The boat was rolled over, she lost her keel, she lost her rig, everybody died, and the hull was washed up on a beach and island. And I include this photograph to make you see just the extremities of craziness that people went to under this rule. After the Una disaster, the Yacht Racing Association realized they had to change the rating rule. This was no longer possible to carry on this direction. So they came up with the length and sail area rule. And the thing about this rule that's amazing is it's the first rule in British yachting history that actually included sail area, which you would have thought was a pretty basic thing. But at this point, nobody really wanted to build a big yacht because they'd seen what was happening and they just got intimidated by it, and the patrons for big yachting were not playing anymore. The only ones who were playing was a syndicate of Scotsmen who built another America's Cup Challenger to Watson-designed Thistle. Now, this is the first America's Cup Challenger from Britain that actually paid attention to the rule that she was supposed to race against. And that's probably the most significant thing. And of course, she failed. That will be a constant refrain in my speech today. The Americans, after this challenge with the relatively conservative New York Yacht Club rule, introduced the Sawanica rule, or the Herreshoff rule, and this is the rule that gave us the boats culminating in Reliance, the most extreme gaff cutters ever. But after some years, the British kind of got used to the idea of big boats again, and there was an America's Cup challenge made by the Earl of Dunraven. And when he challenged with the Watson-designed Valkyrie 2, he had a boat that was designed to comply both under the British rating rule and the American rating rule. And this seemed like a pretty ideal situation, and it also gave the prospect of a big racing cutter in British waters. And the Prince of Wales got excited and commissioned Britannia. Because Britannia was commissioned by the Prince of Wales, a whole bunch of people got excited. So Fife got an order, and James Soper got an order for Sata Anita. So suddenly we have a class of 4 big class cutters going to race in British waters. And the Americans, not to be outdone, build 4 potential defenders for the America's Cup. This is Vigilant, the Herreshoff yard. And then another one is built, Navajo, purely to come and race against the British fleet. So we have this incredibly wonderful situation of having 9 big class cutters in the world and transatlantic correspondence, and everyone is super excited. Of course, the America's Cup is an American victory. We're not even going to go into the details of the racing because it never works. But the exciting thing is we have the American Navajo come to Britain, and the British are thinking, well, we've lost the America's Cup, but maybe that's just because it's in America, we can do better in Britain. And they have an incredible series of racing over the summer of 1893, and the kind of British pride is restored because Britannia consistently beats Navajo, and this is thought to be a really great thing. So the Americans, rather spiked by that, decide to bring Vigilant to Britain in 1894 in what's widely advertised as a rerun of the America's Cup. So we're going to have Valkyrie 2 racing against Vigilant, but also against Sata Anita, Kaluna, and the whole British fleet, and of course Valkyrie 2. Vigilant sails across the North Atlantic, is re-rigged into racing trim in Scotland. The first racing is going to be on the Clyde, and it all goes horribly wrong in the first race. 4 boats have entered, Sata Anita, Vigilant, Valkyrie, and Britannia, and at the start line is the classic incident, and this is the result of it. Sata Anita takes an enormous bite out of Valkyrie. She survives. Sata Anita is sunk. But the 2 other boats pay no attention to this. And Vigilant and Britannia race on. Britannia wins the race, and that sets the tone for the season, with Britannia dominating the America's Cup winner. So British pride at some level is restored. Lord Dunraven, whose yacht's been sunk, is far less happy about the situation and still wants to prove that he can beat the Americans. So in 1895, he builds an out-and-out Sewanaka Cup rule boat. This is Valkyrie 3, a sail tries on the Clyde. Absolutely stunning boat, takes her over to America, but of course he commits the fatal error of thinking the Americans are cheating and drags the whole cup into the mud, and eventually has to resign from the New York Yacht Club. And there is a big international controversy. Diplomatic relations between the 2 countries get strained, and he is out of the America's Cup, but it would take Thomas Lipton to come in and patch the whole thing back together again. But there's another thing going on, another American intervention into British yachting. Under the rule, in small yacht racing, we'd had a whole series of fin and bulb keels. So wide boats, flat bottoms, thin keels with bulbs on the end, detached rudders, the kind of boats that we would be building 100 years later once we got carbon and we had the technology to build them. And no one thought you could build big boats like this because they just simply fell apart because they didn't have good enough glue. But Herreshoff builds Niagara, and she's built to come and race in Britain, and you can see the kind of extreme shape we're talking about here. And suddenly the threat of a big fin keeler on the big class means that the YRA has to do something. So they change the rules to make it impossible for a boat like this to race. And the significant thing in this formula is the G thing, which is the girth measurement. So from waterline straight down to the keel. So if you've got a big, fat, wide boat, you have an incredibly big G measurement, and your boat won't rate well. So they get rid of these. But this opens an opportunity, because ever since Britannia has launched, the Kaiser in Germany has been watching this. He'd bought the old Thistle, America's Cup Challenger, in 1891, but he wants a winner, and he keeps on knocking on Watson's door saying, will you design me a winner? And Watson's like, I don't know what to do to beat Britannia, but there's a new rule. So Watson tells the Kaiser, he said, look, if you're really serious about this, now we have a chance. We've got a new rule. Britannia can't rate so well under it, so now is the time. And then to make doubly sure, not only does he build a boat to the new rule, but he builds an even bigger cutter. So now she's going to win on waterline, length. Going too fast. Okay, try and slow down a little bit. Then you have to give me extra time. So he builds the largest gaff cutter ever built, and of course Meteor comes out, and she beats everybody to the extent that the Prince of Wales gets so bored that he sells Britannia at the end of the 1898 season, and he is out of racing. But this does promote racing for other people who want to join. But how do you beat Meteor? You can't actually build a cutter bigger than this because they don't have the technology. So what do you do? So Watson comes up with an idea. We'll build a schooner. And this is kind of the Mary Char 4 of the period. He builds a Rainbow, 60 meters on deck. This is an enormous schooner, capable of speeds of over 16 knots as a sustained speed, not a peak speed. And the reason he does this is because under the rating formula, you get a discount for a schooner rig because it's considered to be less efficient. So suddenly we have a situation where we have this enormous schooner racing against gaff cutters. But then another client comes along and says, I want to win. And this is the Duke of Abruzzi, who is both the grandson of the King of Spain and of the King of Italy, so he's a pretty important guy. And Watson goes, okay, what we can do is we can build the smallest big class cutter, and we can try the handicap advantage under that. And the incredible thing about these boats is we actually have film of them racing. Let's try and play this. I believe this is the oldest film in the world of yachts racing. This is taken on the Clyde in 1899. Keep an eye on the little rowing boat here. These guys are about to get a big surprise. Later that year, Thomas Edison would make the first movie of the America's Cup, and it's not nearly as good as this. So that's Bona, the smallest big class cutter, and the mighty Rainbow. So after these successes, Watson is asked to design another challenger for the America's Cup for Sir Thomas Lipton. But the America's Cup is an enormously time-consuming endeavor, and it's also potentially and most likely an enormous loss of prestige. So Watson declines. So the order for Shamrock 1's design goes to William Fife. He designs Shamrock 1, and of course she loses. But Watson is not disinterested at this point in the big class. He just doesn't want to do the America's Cup. And he has yet another customer, Whittaker Wright, who comes to him saying, I want to win in the big class. So now he has to do something else. So he takes a little bit of the Rainbow example with a two-masted rig, so he gets a discount for having a less efficient rig, but that's not going to be enough. So now he builds an ultralight hull, a steel framework, but very, very heavily engineered, and he planks her in yellow pine. The boat's not going to last very long, but she is going to win. And she does that. But then Lipton comes back and says, you have to design the next America's Cup challenger. It's your patriotic duty. And Watson doesn't have an answer to that. But he does have a very careful think about how he can build a winner. And he does something absolutely extraordinary. He goes and starts tank testing sailing yachts for the first time in history. Now, we'd had tank tests in Britain for quite a long time, developed by the Admiralty for warships and then for commercial ships, but they're only for towing boats in a straight line, so you can estimate the speed they'll do, or the power of the engines that you need to achieve a certain speed so that you're successful about your contract. Well, what Watson does is he realizes the boats, sailing yachts, don't move in a straight line. They have leeway. They also are not flat on the water. They heel. And he does a whole series of experiments based on the hull of Valkyrie 3, and he experiments and he experiments and he experiments until eventually he runs out of time. He's just got to build this challenger. And in a lighter moment, he later remarked, I wish the Americans had tank testing too, because he's so distracted by this data. But he builds Shamrock 2, and I think the greatest of course she loses, but I think the greatest testament to Shamrock 2 is after the 1903 America's Cup. Lipton sells Shamrock 2, and the New York Yacht Club put a little secret syndicate together, and they buy the boat and cut her up because they've realized she's potentially very successful and they don't want Lipton to use her again. But Lipton wants to challenge again for the America's Cup, and by this time Watson is not well, and he just doesn't have the energy to do it. There's a lot of speculation in the paper of will he, won't he, and he answers, if my health recovers, I'll do it. But in the end, his health doesn't recover, so Fife gets another go. Watson teaches Fife the tank testing technology, but Fife's not terribly interested in it. Watson also shares a lot of mast building technology with him, and Fife designs Shamrock 3, to my mind, absolutely the most beautiful America's Cup challenger there has ever been. And of course, she doesn't win. After this big hiatus of extreme cutter, schooner building, and crazy lightweight boats, again, we kind of get a collapse in British yachting. People are just not willing to build these big cutters anymore. And people turn to schooner racing. For the same money as a big cutter, you can build a schooner, you can go on holiday on it, you can take your friends, you can go cruising, and you can also race in a less extreme kind of way. And this shows a new way forward. It's also heavily influenced by the Kaiser of Germany, who built his first schooner in 1903 in America. And she's kind of a cruisy schooner, not really a racing boat. And these guys are having great fun in the early years of the 20th century, and everything's going very, very well. But then the Americans turn up, and they build an extreme racing schooner, Ingomar, in 1904. Herreshoff design. She comes over to Britain, and just as Westwood would do a few years later, she completely annihilates the British racing fleet. And this is a challenge, and it's a challenge it would take a while to answer. And the answer first came from Germany with racing schooners, but eventually the British get there, and I will get there. But before that, we have to consider Charles Nicholson. He is far younger than Watson and Fyfe, but he's been designing yachts since the 1880s. But as the junior of the trio, he can never get a big order. Once Watson dies, he thinks, now's my time, and there's no one to build a big class cutter because the class is effectively dead. And then suddenly he gets wind of a guy, Robert Young, who might build a big class cutter. And he goes to see him and says, this is what we should do, and da-da-da-da-da. And the guy says, yeah, really nice to meet you, but there's only one designer in the country, and that's William Fyfe. See you later. And Nicholson says, no, I've got a better idea. We can do this, and we can show a whole new way forward in yachting. And eventually, he secures the order. And the new way forward in yachting is to build a big class cutter, Nerea, but to build it to Lloyd's Register scantlings. So this is a strong boat. And the economic rationale for this is that when the boat is superseded in racing terms, she'll still be strong, you can put a smaller rig on her, and you can sell her as a cruising yacht, because all the other big class cutters had no life after their racing life was over. And so the boat is built. She's pretty successful. Of course, she's heavy, but the most important thing about her is that she gives an example that would come in for the first international rule, the meter rule, where boats have to be built to Lloyd's Register R class or the equivalent. And the formula, you'll be used to it. Many of you are meter boat sailors, but the key thing, I think, is the introduction of this scantling rule, and a formula that has stayed in good stead, and people are still racing the boats. This formula and the adoption of Lloyd's scantlings gave a lot of confidence to people to build. So immediately we get two 23-meter class, so this is the new big class under the meter rule. And in the second year of the rule, we get a third one. So we have two Fyfes and one Nicholson. And this is really the top class. And they started by really trying to get the big advantage from the girth measurement. Actually, I'm just going to go back and explain about girth measurement if I can. Can I go back? Yeah. So what you have here is both the G and the D measurements. So what they come up with is a girth following the skin and a straight line girth, and the D measurement is the difference at right angles between them. And what they're trying to do is prevent hollow boats being built. And this is really significant. So everyone is terribly scared of girth, and they build hulls to minimize girth, so these kind of relatively skinny things. And then they realize that actually, if you want to go fast, you should take a penalty on girth, and you should increase your sail area. So gradually, they pad the boats out under the waterline, they take a penalty, and they can increase their sail area. So in the winter of 1909, 1910, Nicholson has come to this conclusion, and he wants to put more sail area on his 23-meter Brynhild II, but he doesn't have enough time to build a new mast, or maybe the owner wasn't up for a new mast, and so he builds a section of a mast, about 4 foot high, and he places it on the mast step, and then they rig the boat with the other mast on top, and they go sailing. This is not successful. The mast falls off, the mini piece of mast goes straight through the bottom of the boat and sinks Brynhild II in one of the first races of the 1910 season. And a really poetic moment at the point when the whole sail plan is lying flat on the water, the owner, who stepped off into a following support boat, gets himself rowed over and takes his racing colours off the top of the mast, saying, "My boat may sink, but my colours will not," which I think is pretty stylish. But Nicholson wasn't all wrong on rigs. In 1912, he builds the 15-meter. So the 15-meter class are not the big class, but in many ways, they are the more active class, because about 20 of them were built, and you regularly get fleets of 7, 8, 9, 10 turning out to race. And with Istria, Nicholson has this great breakthrough, which is what we in England call the Marconi rig. And you can see on her jackyard topsail, we're missing the jackyard spar. He puts a track up the topmast, which is taller than an old topmast would be, and with that, he gets rid of weight aloft, and he gets a far better mainsail shape. Istria had all sorts of other technology in her, but that's the key technology that makes her a winner. And Nicholson is really on top of his game, and just as he thinks he is now the dominant one, the British go back into schooner racing, and this crazy guy, Cecil Whitaker, who's previously owned the Fife cruising schooner Sicily, decides to challenge the Kaisla in schooner racing. Remember that Germania has been built for the Krupps in 1908, and the Kaisla has built Meteor 4 in 1910. So the British really need to go out and beat the Germans. So the Fife schooner comes out, and she loses. And it's a national embarrassment. And her owner is not a nice guy. He's not going to just chalk it up and say whatever. So he doesn't talk to Fife anymore. He goes to Nicholson and says, what can you do to make my schooner beat the Kaisla? And he's like, Nicholson is like, well, I wouldn't have started from here. He said, we've got to do something. So he has to do some tweaks to the boat. They try some things. She goes back out in 1912, and it's not a success. She gets beaten again. So that winter, Nicholson goes to Whitaker and says, look, I've got another idea. And I know you don't want to build an all-new boat, but how's about I take the lead off Waterwitch, I take all the deck fittings, the hatches, the skylights, most of the rig, and I build you a new hull, and we reuse everything, and it won't cost you nearly as much as building a new boat. And surprisingly, Whitaker says yes. So Nicholson builds him Margarita. She is the biggest racing schooner ever built in Britain. She's 160 feet on deck. She's an absolute race winner. She scores first in every race she ever enters, apart from one where she broke a topmast. And British kind of yachting honor is restored. And everyone's pretty excited because the Kaisla then builds a Meteor 5. And this is going to be the German revenge. But before then, Nicholson's got to a kind of peak of success. And thanks to that, Lipton goes to him and orders the design and construction of Shamrock 4, his next America's Cup challenger. Now, Shamrock 4, you can see she's a pretty odd shape, cut-off stern, snub bow, big tumble home. She's the first boat built in Britain to the universal rule that would give us the J-class. And I want to talk about it in a bit more detail, because this boat, which when she challenged, eventually was the most successful challenger Britain had ever had. Of course, she did lose eventually. But this is a revolutionary boat that we have forgotten about. Here you have the Fife 23-meter Shamrock and Nicholson's Shamrock. You can see she's an extraordinary shape, but not just the shape, she's an extraordinary construction. She doesn't have conventional frames. She has a longitudinal framing system set up on aluminium bulkheads. She has double diagonal laminated construction with a longitudinal veneer laminate over. In fact, the best way to explain that is to look at the next vessel that was built in the same shed, which is this seaplane. This seaplane, you can see the diagonal laminate construction, and of course it's ultralight because they then built aeroplanes like this. And they're building aeroplanes in a yacht yard because the First World War is about to break out and they're hunting submarines. But before the war breaks out, Cowes Week, first week of August every year, everyone's super excited about the schooner racing. Margarita is there waiting for the Germans. Germania arrives, and Meteor 5 just doesn't arrive, which is a little bit surprising, but the Kaisla knows something we don't know. So the boats go home. Well, Germania doesn't get to go home because the British arrest her the minute the war's broken out and will turn a keel into bullets. Margarita goes back to Camper Nicholson's, and they can't even go to the big crane in the naval dockyard opposite, so they just chop the mast down. And the boat is laid up, and that is the end of big schooner racing. Meanwhile, Shamrock 4 is halfway across the Atlantic, hoping to challenge for the America's Cup. We don't have any photos there, but we do have a painting. And Nicholson comments that war at once obliterated the Shamrock, but I do not feel the regret I would have felt in any other circumstance. And 6 years later, he would get to challenge for the America's Cup with her. But that's the end of this part of the big class story, and it restarts after the war. The King fits out Britannia. We have the Bermudan rig 23 meters, and eventually the J-class era, and you have to ask me back if you want to hear about that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Wow. What a first part of the symposium. Quite a lot of history. I think we need a break now. But before hitting the break, I would like to honor also our great partners, which this event would never be possible. So we would like to show you, just when we are going into break, our partner Raymarine, short video and then we have also Richard Mille Cup video showing us here. Don't miss the start. So we will start here back 1:30. So we have about 25 minutes roughly. There's some snacks also with you. So thanks a lot, guys. See you soon. And Ultra Pra, Minä suojelen sinua kaikelta, Finnish famous song. And leader Kirsi Tunkkari, one more applause for that. What do we have next?
So our next speaker, few up in the north have never heard of Bobby Cyrus. So whenever you see a really, really pretty classic boat, like, don't be surprised to see, Bobby, sticking his head out of the hatch with a great big grin on his face. He grew up sailing on his father's 10-meter, summers on board sailing the archipelago, winters hanging upside down on the bilge, fixing broken frames. So he's a captain, he's a boat builder, he's an historian, and when it comes to storytelling, he is Sweden's most wanted. Today he will take us to the Neglingenvarvet, I hope I pronounced it right, the yard of Plim, and that is the Plim, and I know that firsthand from Olin Stevens, regarded as the best yard in the world for at least Olin and Rod Stevens. Bobby.
The remote. Hello. Thank you. I'm very humbled and privileged to be here. I actually spoke a couple years ago, and for some reason they invited me back. I'm going to talk about August Plim, the master boat builder. When you Google the name Plim, you quickly come across interesting things, and 3 of them stand out from the rest. First, it's the River Plim on the south coast of England, a river that flows from the Dartmoor and ends in Plymouth. Second is the HMS Plim, the Royal Navy frigate that was used as the detonation platform for the UK's first nuclear test outside the Montebello Islands in Western Australia. And the third is, of course, the Swedish boat builder, designer, and entrepreneur, namely August Plim, and we will focus on him. He was born on the 4th of March, 1856, at Helgesgården in Essunga, outside one of Sweden's oldest towns, Skara. His parents were mother Stina Persdotter Plim and the father Sven Plim. August was their 5th child. The father, Sven Plim, was born Sven Nilsson in 1819, together with a twin sister, Maja. Due to the limited resources in his family, Sven Plim's options in life were not so bright. He could either be a farmhand or join the army. Back then, if you joined the army, you were entitled to a small cottage, a piece of land to farm, a seed uniform, a rifle, and it was all supplied by a team of local farms that had to, by law, come together for the upkeep of one soldier. The soldier did not own the cottage, the land, or the equipment, but being of such poor beginnings, this was still a lot better than being a farmhand. Also, when becoming a soldier, it was very common for them to change their surname, and usually they didn't get to choose the names themselves. It was often the commander of the regiment that chose the name. Usually the name originated from a characteristic of the person in question. For Sven Nilsson, the chosen name was not difficult to understand, Plim, which in this case meant his very thick hair. In English, it translates to plume. So Sven Nilsson, with his thick and uncontrollable hair, became Sven Plim. However, things did not go too well for Sven Plim. He and his family had to vacate the soldier's cottage when August Plim was only 3 years old and moved to another, smaller soldier's cottage of even poorer condition. After a couple of years, things turned from bad to worse for the Plim family, and when Plim was just 7 years old, his father was dismissed from the army, and they lost their home, the soldier's cottage, and their income. So the Plim family moved to Stockholm in 1863 to seek their fortune. At the time, Stockholm was in the middle of the Industrial Revolution, and there were a lot of possibilities to getting a job. So when you go through the old church records, you can see that the Plim family moved around a lot in Stockholm, and by that you realize they moved from job to job. There was no commuting to work back then. You had to live next to your job. Things did not go too well in Stockholm either for Sven Plim and his family, and by 1870 they were living as tenants on the small farm of Victorsberg on Värmdö, a parish on one of the larger islands of the Stockholm archipelago, just outside of Stockholm. August Plim had his first communion there in 1871 at 15 years of age. He had already been working for a few years. School was only mandatory for 6 years back then. August Plim worked mainly at the nearby Gustavsberg porcelain factory. He and a lot of other kids were carrying crates with porcelain from the factory to the waiting ships in the local harbor for transport to different markets. Here is August Plim, can be seen in the background of a photo of young Carl Emil Magnusson, whose father was the owner of the small farm Victorsberg, where the Plim family lived as tenants at the time. August Plim is one of many other young boys working for the porcelain factory. Then things turned even worse for the already dirt poor Plim family, and they had to move into the local poorhouse at Skeviksgård farm on Värmdö. The farm still exists. It is now a rather posh conference hotel and a restaurant, but back then it was the poorhouse. Sven Plim was registered as a pauper. That means a person without any belongings and in need of relief. But August Plim was not a pauper. He was registered as a farmhand, so he had really done something of his life back then. And in 1876, Sven Plim dies at 57 years of age. His last 2 jobs at the poorhouse had been to dig ditches and on Sundays pedal the church organ during Sunday Mass. Skeviksgård farm is situated next to the water, right by the main fairway into Stockholm. As there were almost no roads to talk about back then in a rural place like Värmdö, almost all transports was made by boat. And on a place like the Skeviksgård farm, someone had to be responsible for the farm's working boats, and in this case it was August Plim. He had shown a talent in working with tools and boats, and also had learned to build them. And in 1880, he was, to use a modern expression, headhunted by Mr. Henning Smith to his boatyard at Kummelnäs. That's between the poorhouse and Stockholm. Mr. Henning Smith owned and operated one of the first boatyards in Sweden that built leisure boats as well as working boats. August Plim showed a great talent not only in building boats but also in leading the other boat builders in their work, and pretty soon he was made the foreman at the Kummelnäsvarvet boatyard. One boat that August Plim built at the Kummelnäsvarvet boatyard still exists and sails in Stockholm. It's the 1886 19-foot-meter long cutter Edda. Edda was almost destroyed in 2020 when I was asked to take possession of her. Me and my family nursed her back so that at least she was floating again. And after 2 years, I sold her to her current owner, Mr. Martin Bueren. Martin continued to restore her, and now she sails again. In 1887, August Plim left Sweden for the United States. He left Sweden through Gothenburg by ship on the SS Orlando to Hull. Then he took the train to Liverpool and then ship again across the Atlantic Ocean on the SS Bothnia. And unlike most immigrants back then, he did not enter the United States through Ellis Island in New York, but instead he went through Boston. Why Boston, you might ask? Well, by entering the US through Boston, he already had his sights set on the boatyards of New England and the possibility for him to work and develop there as a boat builder. He most likely had a letter of recommendation from the Swedish National Board of Trade that he could show to any potential employer. For three years, August Plim worked in different boatyards in New England, accumulating skills and knowledge. Then he moved back to Sweden in 1890, and he initially continued to work for Mr. Henning Smith at the Kummelnäsvarvet, again as yard foreman. There he built the cutter Alpha in 1892 to Schubert design, clearly influenced by Herreshoff's design Gloriana. He then left Smith and the Kummelnäsvarvet boatyard for a position as yard manager at the Bayards Boatworks on Rosenvik in Djurgården in Stockholm. He worked at the Bayards boatyard for the season of 1892 and 1893, and there he built the first lottery boat for the Royal Swedish Sailing Society. The boat had a hull of steel plating with a lead bulb on the keel. The boat's name was Puck, after the character in William Shakespeare's play A Midsummer's Dream. August Plim can be seen here in this photo. You could tell that Puck was a very important yacht, and the hopes were high for her to succeed, because during her first sea trials, the crew consisted of none other than His Majesty King Oscar II, the Royal Master Chief Gamekeeper Ankarkrona, Navy Commander Lindbom, and the Baron von Höpken. His Majesty the King was very pleased after the sea trial and promised to double his donation for the next year's lottery boat. August Plim's work up till then had awarded him a scholarship from the Stockholm Trade Board, and he used it to go to the United States again for the summer season of 1893. There he studied boat design and boat building techniques, and he also made a trip to the World's Fair in Chicago to see the marvels of the modern world. At the fair, there were, among everything else, replicas of Christopher Columbus ships, the Santa Maria, the Ninja, and the Pinta, and also the Norwegians had built a replica of the Gokstad Viking ship and sailed her with 12 Norwegians from Norway to Chicago. August Plim came back to Sweden after the summer of 1893, now eager to start his own boat building business. So together with sailors and businessmen Henrik Feiting and Edward Cederlund Jr., he started a company on the 20th of November 1893 named the Stockholms Båtbyggeri Aktiebolag. It's the Stockholm Boat Building Company. The initial board consisted of Henrik Feiting, Wilhelm von Roda, Henrik Granholm, and August Plim. They offered 150 shares for 100 Swedish crowns each, and August Plim bought 2 of them for himself. The newly formed company bought a small boatyard in Liljeholmen, just a few hundred meters south of the then Stockholm city limits. The boatyard had been owned and operated by 2 brothers Anderson, Fredrik and Carl, for a couple of years. They were true masters of boat building, but terrible businessmen. And in the 4 short years they owned and operated a boatyard, they had already filed for bankruptcy twice. August Plim wisely kept the 2 brothers and made Fredrik in charge of newly builds and Carl in charge of winter storage and service. Fredrik's sons and their sons and their sons and cousins also worked at the Plim yard for generations. And when the very last yacht was built at the yard in 1975, the Peter Norlin design Southern Ocean Racing Conference winner Agnes, there was an Anderson among the boat builders at the yard working on the Agnes. So it's fair to say that August Plim needed the Andersons, and the Andersons, of course, needed August Plim. On the 10th of October in 1897, August Plim married his love, Fredrika Bengtsen, and together they got 7 children, 4 sons and 3 daughters. The key to August Plim's success lay largely in the combination of the qualities he now possessed. He had learned the boat building profession from scratch and knew all the details of the profession himself. He was creative and artistic with the knowledge and courage to turn his innovative ideas into reality, both on the drawing board and in the boatyard's workshops. He was also a skilled sailor and a yachtsman, and his insights in all this led him to well thought out and practical solutions for everything on the boats he built, including rigging, mast, deck equipment, interior design, cockpit layouts, and such. He was strong-minded and a very tough businessman with a very short fuse, straightforward but with a flair for publicity, and was ruthless in his pursuit for the highest quality, strength, beauty, and performance. He was a skilled administrator and a supervisor. Not least, he had an incredible good knowledge of all the different parts of a wooden boat, and he was completely uncompromising in his demand for a good job, down to the smallest detail. Cheating or cutting corners was not tolerated at all at his yard. Any worker who did not reach his high level of quality had to leave the boatyard. August Plim was not in the least bit interested in being liked. However, he was fair, reliable, and demanded at least as much from himself as from those who worked for him. And wisely enough, he realized that his main asset in the company, well, apart from his own skill, was undoubtedly his skilled and loyal workers. He called them his greatest capital, and he treated them well in his own harsh way. At the turn of the century, about 30 workers employed at the boatyard during peak season. Working days could last from 3 in the morning till 10 in the evening. In 1898, the wages for a boat builder was 33 öre an hour. That's about 3 cents an hour. He did not allow any union activity at the boatyard, but he made sure to pay the workers a little more than the union recommendation. He also started his own health insurance fund, and he himself laid the foundation for it with 200 Swedish crowns. And the health insurance fund was in operation up until 1966. So even though he was not loved by his workers, he was very respected. And with him now, he had the knowledge on how to build more modern and better boats, particularly by using galvanized steel frames on every third frame. It probably helped a lot that the Plim boatyard's next-door neighbors back then was a galvanizing company. From the US, August Plim had gotten ideas how to manufacture hollow masts and booms, and he invented his own system for drilling out masts and booms by putting the mast in a machine, kind of a large lathe, where the mast slowly rotates along its axle, and a long spoon-shaped drill slowly ate its way inside the mast. This method worked well for the shorter masts on gaff-rigged boats, but with taller Bermuda masts, when they got more common, the hollow masts were glued together. Initially, when Swedish boat builders wanted a hollow mast, they had to be imported from the United States, usually from the Boston area, and sometimes, as in the case of the fin-keel racer Esther, from one of the top spar makers at the time, the Spalding St. Lawrence Boat Company. When August Plim took over the bankrupted boatyard in Liljeholmen, not only did the 2 previous owners stay on, but also the workers and the boat builders as well. So the boatyard was fully equipped, and so August Plim got started right away. The following years, the boats that came out of August Plim's hands were always well built to top quality wood and performed very well in regattas. And in the spring of 1896, 5 boat builders started a shipyard at Baggensudden outside of Stockholm in Saltsjöbaden. It was named the Neglinge Båthem, and it was run as a cooperative business. The land that they purchased from the railroad company was not entirely ideal, as it was prone to sloshing from the Baggensfjärden nearby, especially in northeasterly winds. But no other location was available for the price that the cooperative could find to pay. The yard mainly kept boats for winter storage, and they also built a few boats of good quality at the yard. The yard's finances was never good, and the yard went through 3 different owners in 4 years before August Plim buys the boatyard in the spring of 1900. He ran the Neglinge Båthem as a service and repair yard under his yard in Liljeholmen. Today, of the boats built at the Neglinge Båthem, 1 remains. It's the small motorboat Dixie, now owned by the Swedish Maritime Museum. On March the 26th, 1904, a fire broke out at the Plim boatyard at Liljeholmen, and the newly built boats, the masts and other equipment became the prey of the flames. Luckily, the wind was blowing away from the boatyard, and the boats that had been stored for winter, they survived. A call for help was issued after the fire, asking for tools for the workers. The ones who did the best business after the fire was most likely the sailmakers, as they had to make new sails for all the surviving boats. After the devastating fire in 1904, the Plim boatyard moved its entire operations to Neglinge in Saltsjöbaden, and among the first works undertaken were repairs to some of the fire-damaged boats. And in the autumn of 1904, August Plim had built a modern, huge new workshop with, among other things, long skylights. The boatyard now had 3 berths next to each other where a large number of boats could be built simultaneously. The largest yachts were built in the middle one, and the building also contained had a carpentry and mechanical workshops, a wood dryer, a huge steam generator, and a steam box for steam bending woods, and also a well-equipped forge and a foundry for keels. At the same time, the workers' housing, the so-called mahogany villas, was also built up on the ridge above the boatyard. August Plim also built a big house for him and his family just above the yard. The house still sits there today. The main workforce was still about 30 men, and in peak season there could be 20 more. August Plim already had his goal completely clear at the time, namely to acquire ownership of all the shares in the boatyard in order to be able to run the boatyard according to his own plans and ideas. So from 1911 he owned 90% of the shares, and a couple of years later 100%. The first boat to be finished in 1905 at the new yard was the Selma, a 150 square meter. Selma was a very fast boat and still is, to this date, the holder of the Stockholm Archipelago unofficial blue ribbon for fastest monohull from Blockhussudden to Sandhamn in the outer archipelago for 4 hours and 58 minutes. It's a distance of 38 nautical miles. Selma still exists, but is in need of finishing the restoration that began for over 30 years ago. The Plim yard built and manufactured everything on a wooden boat apart from the sails and ropes. They made their own copper rivets from a copper wire thread. Here is the tool where you make the rivets in. This was a job for trainees and children, mostly. The yard had its own block maker. Usually the blocks were made of mahogany, and sometimes even from the hardwood paddock, with bronze sheaves and bronze roller bearings. A washer with the yard name held the axle in place. For every new build, there was also a half model made in order to check the designer's lines. The models were fitted on a wooden board, and after the boat was delivered, the model was hung on the walls of either the lofting attic or the yard office. There was no electricity at the Plim yard until the 1920s. All the machines were powered by belt drive. The lighting at the yard consisted in the early days of carbide lamps that ran on acetylene gas and part kerosene lamps, and then the master rigger had the responsibility of starting and putting out these lamps. Also, before the last worker left the yard at night, they always took an extra round to check for any lights still on, and also so there were no linseed oil-soaked rags lying about that could catch fire. Only 2 places had heating. One was the lumber kiln and the other was the yard office. And on occasion, they had a few radiators under a few of the workbenches on really cold days. The carpentry machines in the yard were powered by a large crude oil engine. And it's no exaggeration to say that August Plim brought the Stockholm boat builders, the Neglingevarvet, to the country's leading boatyard, and for a period as one of the world's leading wooden boatyards. He was an expert on wood and knew everything in detail within the field of boat building. August Plim was very particular with the different woods he needed for the yard. The mahogany was bought from an importer in Stockholm. August Plim always bought logs big enough to at least get all the topside planking from one log, so there wouldn't be any difference in color in the hull. And he always kept a few extra planks from the log and marked them with the yacht's name for future eventual repairs. Some more exclusive builds had the Cuban mahogany in the topsides and Bangkok teak in the bottom and pear tree in the cabinet panels. Pine was purchased on annual purchasing trips from mostly central Sweden and sometimes from the province of Småland. Some was purchased from the north of Sweden. The pine was dried down in their own kiln to about 10% moisture, and the Swedish spruce for the masts was debarked and the tree was split lengthwise. Everything except the core was treated with linseed oil and varnish. The moisture then escaped through the core and no cracks occurred. This process took about 10 years. Sitka spruce from Alaska was also used sometimes for more exclusive masts. Oak was purchased from both Sweden, Poland, and sometimes even from the US. The Polish oak is often taller and more straight than the Swedish oak and is therefore ideal for keel planks and stems. In addition to the newly built, about 200 boats were stored for winter storage at the boatyard, and a large proportion of these boats were Plim-built boats. The workflow at the boatyard for new construction was that after the stems and keel planks rudder post had been completed and the steel frames had been installed, the planking that were to be fitted were placed with a small gap against the underlying plank. This is the 12-meter Princess Swan of it being built. A divider with a pencil at one hand was drawn along the edge of the plank to the underlying plank, and then it was just a matter of planing to the line and fit it. The planks were then driven against each other with a special kind of steel clamp that was attached to the steel frame, and then two wedges were driven between the clamp and the plank. Then the planks were driven super tight against each other, and the new plank could then be riveted to the steel frame absolutely tight to the other plank. This is on the Sparkman Stevens yawl Cyrus from 1950 that the yard built when we did some repairs a couple of years ago. The work was often heavy and stressful, and was not uncommon to stand on your knees, flat on your stomach, or on your back in the bow of a yacht. The spicy or sweet scent of mahogany and Oregon pine contrasted with standing and scraping a hull in the cold shed with poor lights in the winter. It was not until the 1950s that the workers got a canteen and a washroom. Previously, lunch had to be eaten by the boats or in the workshop. Sometimes there were measured work or project-based works, usually when scraping or longboarding boats. The compensation was then set by numbers of square meters of hull they worked on. During August Plim's time at the boatyard, primarily sailboats were built, with few exceptions. But when August Plim's son, Carl, took over as yard manager, more motorboats were built. In early 1924, August Plim fell ill, and the doctors diagnosed him with stomach cancer. It was soon clear to everyone around him that he would not survive for much longer. Until he fell ill, he had been the same determined, strict, meticulous, strong man as he always been. Although the Plim children had noticed a bit less strict behavior, at least towards them, during his later years. If he had lived a couple of more years, he would still have been able to give a lot in his profession in regards of top-quality boat building. Perhaps it was, to some extent, a good thing that he ended at the top of his profession. The racing successes of the yachts he built probably have become fewer as younger designers such as Tore Holm, Erik Salander, Gustav Westlander, and Johan Anker, another international designer, made progress, in several cases even surpassing him on the drawing board. However, he always maintained his high-quality standards and did not let himself be enticed by the more extreme designs from other designers. The end is still the end, even for great men. He had nevertheless achieved more during his lifetime than most men of his time, especially considering his simple and poor origins. He would probably have been both honored and flattered to read what was written about him in the Royal Swedish Sailing Society's centennial anniversary book in 1930. Among other things, it said that during the time when Albert Andersson, Axel Nygren, Liljegren, and Schubert, and even August Plim himself designed boats that was built at the Plim boatyard, that time is considered to be the truly classic and most high-quality time in Swedish wooden boat building. August Plim would also most certainly have been both proud and happy that several of the yachts that he built, the oldest one being from 1886, are still sailing. And you also have to remember that August Plim was no stranger to new ideas and techniques in boat building. Remember that he learned a lot of new boat building techniques in the US. So if epoxy had existed during his time, he would certainly have used it. When August Plim realized in mid-1924 that he would not recover, he gathered his 4 sons and told them not to become boat designers and boat builders or boatyard owners. He did not see in his sons the qualities he considered necessary in his very strenuous profession, where one had to make one's mark and possess many contradictory qualities. He thought that his eldest son, Carl Plim, who was a trained shipbuilder, was too inexperienced to run a boatyard of the dignity as the Plim boatyard. August Plim wanted that the boatyard should be sold outside the family upon his death. August Plim died peacefully, surrounded by his closest family on the 23rd of September 1924, 68 years of age. But the boatyard was not sold. Instead, August Plim's widow, Fredrika Plim, inherited the boatyard, and the oldest son, Carl Plim, became the new boatyard manager at only the age of 25. When he, in 1930, drowned in a freak plane crash, the next brother, Bengt Plim, took over the management of the boatyard, and he was only 24 at the time. During World War II, he shared the task as boat manager with his younger brother, Gustav Plim. The youngest of the brother, Oscar, was not particularly involved in the management of the boatyard, although he did build himself a star boat in which he became the Swedish champion. He also developed a technique for building masts from fiberglass. It's the same technique used today when building poles for top-level pole vaulters. This is, of course, Armand Duplantis, the current world record holder from Sweden. But all this about the Plim brothers and their different lives is another story, and now my story about August Plim's life is over, and I will end with August Plim's final resting place at the Skogsö graveyard in Saltsjöbaden, only a few hundred meters from his home and where his boatyard was at. It's a family grave, and he's joined in it by his wife, Fredrik, and two of his sons, Carl and Bengt, and two of his daughters, Maiken and Annie. And the graves just above the Plim family graves are the family graves of the Anderson brothers, Fredrik Anderson's family grave and Carl Anderson's family grave. Not only were the August Plim and the Anderson brothers important for each other during their lives, but equally important for each other in the afterlife. Here I'm lighting a candle. Here the story ends. You can read the Latin script from yourselves, and I'll be waiting at the bar. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bobby. I think Bobby told less than 2% of the stories. So, hey, next up, the sailing ladies. For those who haven't met them, you will. And the story is, the long story short, 2 weeks before the 8-meter Worlds, the boat became available. They stepped up, put a team together, figured out the best woman for each job, and really went from zero experience on a boat like that to a really fierce and competitive team. Incredible, fun-loving, fantastic group of young women who not only sailed really well, but also created a hyper-creative social media campaign that went from 0 to 500,000 hits within 2 weeks. So with that, it is a huge pleasure to introduce Selma, Marta, Vivi, Kaisla, Nikki, Emma, and Anna. You need to click on it. Is it just checking?
Okay. Now we're going to tell you a story of how to build a successful project for 8-meter World Cup in 28 days, not in 2 weeks. We had a little bit more time. No, like this, yes. Okay, so it's 28 days World Cup. I'm in Hanko for the regatta, and I get this message on my phone. A boat would be available for racing in Turku, but this is amazing, but it's only 28 days. We don't have a team. I don't know if we have the money. I don't know whose boat it is. Will they let us sail with it? There are so many open questions. And you are probably also wondering, why did I get this message? Let's take a break and go back a little bit. Marta, would you tell us how the idea of the project where the idea of the project was born?
Yeah, sure. So in 2024, in the World Cup, there was my dad was visiting the venue and taking notes and preparing for the upcoming event in Finland, in Turku, next year. And he had an inspirational conversation with this young female sailor, Emily Smith, who dreamed of putting together an all-female crew for the following year's championships. And so was the start of this project, or this was the start. And then we got connected through a group chat, and I invited Selma with us for the project. And then we got super excited and started planning, and then we just realized that there's a tiny little problem. We don't have a boat. So the conversation then kind of faded. But even that, something stuck. So we left our calendars empty, hoping there would be a need for spare crew last minute, just before the competition. And Vivi had actually done the same, but we hadn't talked about it together. So then came the turning point for this project, and 28 days before the event, we got this message, and there was now a boat available. It was Tom Knudsen's If from Norway, and it seemed likely that we could sail with it if we could put together a crew or team and secure the funding in just 1 week. So we started arranging things and figuring it out, and the first thing we did was actually call Vivi, like asking if she would be with us in this project. So that was the first thing, and that's how we started to build our team. So could you tell us more about that, Vivi?
Yeah, so I'm always the person who said yes to fun things, so I didn't hesitate at all. But at that moment, we have 3 skippers on board, just 3 of us, and that sounds incredible until you realize that the skippers around the board, they don't win races, so we definitely need more people. And we want people who had sailed classic yachts before, and we want the people are doing what they are good at, and we make sure that everybody have a familiar position instead of starting from zero. So it was a really intense job to find a crew, a lot of phone calls and messages, but step by step people agreed, and 21 days before World Cup, we have a fully team who had never sailed 8-meter boat before. So yeah, that time we have a boat and we have a team, but we're still missing the money. And honestly, that moment we felt a little bit hopeless that how we can figure this out, because we have 3 days, 3 days to find a funding that we could sign the boat papers and get the boat in Finland on time. So it was really a race against the clock. But at the very last moment, sailing magazine Frisk Breeze decided to help us and became our main sponsors. And also after the Frisk Breeze sponsors, we get some smaller sponsors who also help us a lot. And that was the point when the project really became possible.
And by some miracle, in 9 days, we managed to get the boat, the team, and the funding together. And yeah, then it was time for training. And well, the first time I met the team was when I stepped on board the If. I never met these girls before. So I stepped on board, shook hands and said, "Hello, my name is Nikki, and nice to meet you." And yeah, then luckily enough, we got a lot of help. We got to train with Marta, and I went a weekend with Luna to train on board. And we got a lot of help from everyone. Everyone was sharing knowledge to us, and a lot of people were helping us. And yeah, and somehow it was really nice that immediately something clicked. For example, me and Emma, we were negotiating together, and every time I was thinking, okay, I want to do something trimming, Emma was already doing it, and I didn't have to ask her, so it just worked somehow.
So then became the Airesto Classic Regatta, a pre-race for the Worlds, which was a huge opportunity for us because none of us had ever raced an 8-meter, and this was a place to test it. And also we got to meet these teams that we were going to race in the Worlds against. In the first days, we weren't all there, but the last day of the Aristo Classic Regatta was the first time the whole team was together on board and sailing together. And that was actually the best racing day of our regatta there. All in all, in the regatta, we came fourth, and with that exceeded all of ours and everybody else's expectations of the whole team. Then the next week was preparation for the World Cup. We used it mainly resting, training a couple of times, and then we did preparations for cleaning the hull, the measurements, and everything else used to be ready for the World Cup.
And then came the World Cup week that we had been eagerly waiting for. So comparing it now to the Aristo Classic Regatta, there were more boats, more experience, and also different conditions. We had set for us a goal to reach the top 10, and we managed to succeed in that and ended up in the 6th place. So we were very pleased with our racing. Not all was smooth sailing though. Some downs as well. So for example, in one very foggy day, we managed to sail 200 meters over the ley line. But we had to make it into a joke, and then we started making those reels, and you can see a reel out of it in our Instagram, Sailing Ladies. So go there and check those out. Overall, the whole World Cup week was amazing experience. The whole organization of it was well thought into each detail, and also the support from international and also Finnish fleet was amazing. We got a spinnaker from EQM for us to race with, and that was very kind. So overall, very warmly welcomed by the fleet.
Okay, now we have told you what we did do, but you probably still wonder how we were able to sail so well with such short training. I think it comes to three key factors of our team. First was the experience we had before this. We are young, but we still have built up a lot of experience in different classes. We have experience from Optis to 49er FX, from match racing to Ocean Globe racing, and also from 5 meters and 6 meters. With this wide range of experience, we were able to adapt to a new boat quickly and sail it quite comfortably from the start. Second, communication. We made communication our strength. On shore, we took time to debrief and create a plan for every maneuver. When we shared a plan for all the maneuvers, then we were able to communicate efficiently on water, and that resulted in a calm, confident boat at the top wind mark with no four-letter words. Lastly, but I think most importantly, we had respect. Respect for each other's sailing skills, respect for other competitors, and respect for this project. We were not looking over each other's shoulders. We trusted one another. Everyone took ownership of their own role and trusted others would do the same. This trust and respect created us freedom and peace to focus and perform at our best when it mattered the most. I think these three key factors of our team are the reason why we were able to sail so successfully with such a little training. But without the support for the 8-meter communities internationally and in Finland, and from the support from our sponsors and other supporters, none of this would have mattered. So we want to thank them. Can we have an applause for our supporters? And what's next? Well, the Sailing Ladies project will not continue, but we will continue sailing. We will sail 6 meters and 5 meters, and one of us is gonna sail transatlantic also. And maybe in the future we will sail again. So if you know a boat that needs like a talented, experienced, young crew, you can come talk to us, and I think we can figure something out. But now I want to say thank you for the organization committee and for you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Sailing Ladies. And I just heard that in a Goose magazine that you all received, there's a great story about that. So you learn more. So much thank you. But next one, if you want to win, hire a Finn, they say. So next speaker has plus 20 years experience in Olympic sailing in the Finn class, first as an athlete, but also later as a coach. And he's currently working within the Finnish Sailing and Boating Federation in youth programs and a coach development. And today we will hear story of a bumpy ride to become a professional sailor. Take it away, Mr. Tapio Nirkko.
All right. It's an honor to be on the stage with all the great speakers today and also the audience. A lot of experience in sailing. Today I go briefly through my own personal bumpy road in Olympic sailing, and I tried to squeeze it in like 12 minutes. So I sailed Finn for some time. I stopped sailing 2019, and then I went directly into the coaching. I was asked by my long-time training partner, Max Salminen from Sweden, to join his coaching group. And then I ended up actually going with him to the games of Tokyo. And since that, I've been working for the federation here in Finland, and mostly in youth programs and coach development, but doing this and that, as always in sailing. So how it started, I will skip first 16 years, like Optimist Europe class, Laser Standard, and I go to year 2001. And that time I was 16 years old, and I was too heavy and big for Laser Standard, Ilka 7 nowadays, and had to think like, which class do I want to sail? And Finn class, for some reason, was the only option, I mean, in the games at least, to sail, even though the Finn class in Finland was dead at that time. But I still had some kind of idea that I want to sail Finn. And we found a boat in, me and my dad, like in Denmark, there was one Finn for sale. And the guy had a criteria that it needs to be someone like someone young and who can carry on the spirit of Finn sailing. And I didn't know if I can carry on the spirit, but I was young at least, and that was enough for him. And then one day in July, it was me and my dad. We drove to Denmark to pick up the boat, and when we got closer to the place where we were supposed to go, and there was one guy coming with the bicycle and just follow me, and then we followed him, and then went to the one backyard, and then the guy introduced himself as Paul Elström, and obviously I knew that he had been sailing quite a lot and doing some pretty good results as well, and So we had a lovely afternoon, like on his backyard there, and like had a coffee, and he told stories from the years, and I got to even get into his his downstairs of his house. Like he had this like one locker room that his kids were not allowed to, or grandchildren were not allowed to go into, and he had all the trophies and stuff. And I was 16. It was pretty nice moment, and this picture is from that day. And the only problem with the boat was that it didn't have a trolley, because he had his own launching system, like from his backyard into the water. So he was only using the boat like from his backyard to sail, and so I had to get a trolley like on top of that. Anyway, pretty nice start for the Finn sailing, and then 1 year later, my first Finn Gold Cup was in Athens, and already by that time, like Ben Ainsley had done some results, and then eventually became kind of replacing Paul as like the most decorated sailor in Olympic sailing. And so enough name dropping, but it was still pretty nice start for my own Olympic career, and also like suddenly like I was 16 years old and I was like sailing against the actual big boys. So that's how it started, then how it went. The first years were, okay, learning a lot. Then almost made it to the Athens Games, didn't quite do it. Then actually like my sailing started like after Athens Games, and we got Joachim Wilenius as a coach, and we had a Nordic training group. We had sailors from Sweden and Norway, and they were far more experienced than me. So for me, it was like a great environment to grow as a sailor. And the first Olympiad was just learning. Like everything went forward. Like results went up, and I was just learning how to be an athlete, how to be a sailor, Olympic sailor, how to manage project and stuff. So everything went forward until the games, which was actually the first real disappointment. And it took me actually like 6 months. It was pretty strange even to kind of like. It took me 6 months to like if I saw a photo from the games, like I started to cry. Like it was somehow like hurting a lot. But when that time kind of passed, I was more eager to come back. And then the second cycle started, and started pretty well. Like 2009, I got a silver from the Europeans and did pretty good results like throughout the year. And but it became a pretty roller coaster Olympiad for me. Like after the silver in the Europeans, I got the biggest like lack of motivation in sailing actually, and then because like nothing changed, like absolutely nothing changed. Like I thought I had some expectations that maybe the funding gets easier and I get sponsors, but no new funding, actually less funding for the next year, because there were some other Finnish guys as well doing good results, so we were splitting the same money for less money, no new sponsors, and then next week there's a new regatta when you have to start from the scratch. So I had obviously like some false expectations what the Olympic sailing is in the big picture. 2010, complete disaster. Almost stopped sailing, but then coach Joachim Wilenius, it was like we had one discussion that kind of changed the whole curve. That he said that I don't need to sail, like I can stop any time, like if I want. And it took me a while to sink in, but as soon as it did, like I could build my motivation again from a new angle, and it actually became a really good curve up towards the London Games, and ended up like doing the best results through my whole Olympic career, like being fifth in the world just 3 months before the London Olympics. London Olympics itself were a bit disappointment again, like going 7th place into the medal race and first top mark standing up, broke my tiller extension, and in free pumping in fin class, it's not a good thing to have this long tiller extension instead of this one. Anyway, yeah, big disappointment, but not as bad as 4 years back. So I thought I will continue. So third cycle to Rio was maybe not results-wise like peaking, but in a professionalism, I felt like then I was the best as an athlete throughout my career. Still super eager to learn new things. Plus also I got a funding enough to actually put all in, and I put all in. And I'm really happy about it, in hindsight as well. Then I continued sailing after Rio, but after 2-3 years, I just out of juice. Then I felt like I had tried everything, and the project management was just too heavy for me. And so it was enough for me that time. Next slide is some of my highlights from my career. And as Samppa said, that everybody loves fuck-ups, so I'm going to share you one now. Yeah, so I got my 15 minutes of fame that time, and this is my second 15 minutes. And maybe the young, you don't maybe know, but Eurosport Watch was super funny thing. On a Eurosport, they had these clips and Black Center board and Jaws instrumental. Yeah. Whatever. Then was it worth it? Or is it worth it? I think Olympic sailing is not for everyone. The amount of work you need to put in, and if you don't like the work, or if the work feels like a sacrifice too much, and you don't feel joy for the prioritizing your time for the things that actually take you forward as an athlete, then maybe it's not for you. It's pretty rocky road to take. Too many disappointments, and you will never make it to the top. But then, what are the sacrifices? I felt personally that the traveling is a big toll you pay, 200 days plus minus a year, for a long time, when you have family and friends, and yeah, it starts to fail in a long term. The second thing is you need to be live in a constant uncertainty with financially, and you have all the time pressure to make results, to get funding and everything. But so you need to, that's the environment you're living in. And the third thing is the social pressure. When you're around making some marks somewhere there, your friends are applying for the jobs and extending their CV. So you're going a little bit different paths, and you need to be okay with it. Not everyone are. So what does it give then? I felt that the value of seeking excellence in a daily basis for a long period of time is something special. And I was happy I was able to do that. It's really selfish, but that's individual sportees. Another thing, I'm kind of like happy for myself that I was able to like make a pretty long career, and then also be curious enough all the time to learn something new, even though I had been sailing Finn for quite some time. Yeah, I think those are the biggest things I remember. And then the last thing, how do you know, like, what do you need to do to get there, like in Olympic sailing? I think you can't know, and I think it's also better that you don't know how many things there are ahead, how much you need to do work, how much you need to put hours on different things. And then the goal setting is such an important thing to kind of like put it in the pieces. The mountain is always like there on the background, but then to have certain milestones that you're actually like aiming for the next flag that is reachable is making it work. And maybe the coach can help you with the goal setting to put the focus for the next flag, next milestone. One milestone that every sailor tries to put together, the puzzle that they try to put together, is the funding. And today now, like, I will like to ask Mats on stage, the chairman of the Finnish Sailing and Boating Federation, to tell a few things about how you can help if you want, or get involved and make a difference, like in Finnish Olympic sailors funding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tapsan. Great speech. Unlike the German lady Mikke was talking about, who asked, "Who are you?" I would like to ask, how are you now? Is the feeling good here in the audience? I hope so. I am Mats Velin. I'm the president of the Finnish Sailing and Boating Federation. I see a lot of friends here around. As you know, we have a proxy from about 300 yacht clubs in Finland and 40 class associations to add value, to manage and to support Sailing Team Finland. So this is the reason why I'm standing here. And we have actually been working a lot with the funding, because it's unacceptable, the situation Tapso told us about, that the athletes have to struggle so much with the funding and not getting proper support from the federation or the yacht clubs or sponsors. And we have taken two measures during the last 3 months. One is we have started a fundraising committee, which is headed by Eero Lehtinen. He is here somewhere. Eero is there. You know him for sure. He has been for a very long time around in Finnish sailing, and he is really committed to the fundraising thing and to Finnish sailing. And the other thing, and I can now introduce Emilia Lillan-Mäkelä. We have recruited her to the federation to work as partnership director. So should you have any thoughts about sponsoring, or if you would like to participate in some way, now you know who to discuss with. And behind me, this is the slow track, of course. Behind me, the fast track. If you would like to support, there are 2 QR codes on the wall behind me, and it's possible to give a donation to these. One is the federation directly, the other is the Kilpapurjehduksen tukisäätiö, which is a fund supporting the Olympic team. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. That was the Sailing Federation, and Sailing Federation Finland has been our partner since the beginning of the Classic Yacht Symposium. But talking about the partners, I would like to also thank all the volunteers and clubs who have been making this event possible, and we already gave a short ad about the Goose magazine, so thank you for Oliver and of course the Robert Birkin Classics to be one of our big sponsors here. And I promised beers, so now it's time for beers. So while enjoying the beers, you can also get introduced to the world's #1 tender boats for your classic yacht. So there is a Saxdor yacht also on Krisu here in the front row will give you a more thoughts on what's the best tender boat in the world, right? So thank you, Saxdor Yachts.
adventurous by spirit and by heart. And I think it's important that it's still encouraged to do. It doesn't make it preventive by any means. It just makes it safer. And I think any sport would welcome that. And I think sailing, because it is certainly crossing oceans, is a very dangerous sport. We see it all the time. I mean, in calm weather, lovely. In tough weather, it's very hard. So you've got to make every precaution, but I think you can't curtail it.
So what about the sort of the technical fallout out of these things? So have the races contributed to the development of safety on the boats?
No, I don't think so. I think the boats will always develop in design. We're seeing foiling boats coming in these days, very much so, crossing oceans. Look at the Vendée Globe. They go around the world single-handed. Amazing concept. But I don't think to put any restriction on design would be the wrong thing to do. Okay.
So what's now next year's race? So anything interesting going to happen, or is it going to be the good old formula?
The same old, I think. Probably get a good southerly bash and get cold and wet, and then it'll have some nice days. But the Hobart's that sort of race. You get some good and you get some bad, but at the end of it, you forget it pretty quickly. You didn't want to come again.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All good?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. Pleasure. Pleasure. chopped it, yeah. Right. Runs the house and runs the kids. Did you swim this morning?
Of course.
Right.
I have. I don't. I said, you know, that's my medicine.
Right.
Speakers changed, but Greg's Musicus stays. So thank you once more, Kirsi Tunkkari and Greg's Musicus. That was one of the Evert Taube's last classics, so what we just heard. Do we have any more speakers?
No, we're done.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, that's
all right.
it. No, so next up is Paul Cayard, who flew in to see us and for us to listen to from San Francisco. I don't think, is there anybody who doesn't know who Paul Cayard is? Okay, like your score is like 99.9% market recognition, like you're good. So, but just Paul has had 7 America's Cup campaigns, Volvo around the ocean. He won the Whitbread, the sailed 2 Olympic, 8 world titles, and the CV is honestly as long as this symposium could be. And within all the campaigns that he sailed, which some of them would be, with budgets of hundreds of millions of dollars, Paul keeps on coming back to a small keelboat designed in 1911 with a robust hull, and a cloud of sail hanging off a really delicate rig. And so Paul is here to tell us about the Starboat, which unquestionably is the most hyper-competitive small keelboat out there, and it's been the floating love of his life. So with that, Paul.
Thank you, guys. It's a pleasure to be here and hear all the great stories. And I've been sailing for about almost 60 years, and there's the racing we all do in our own little sectors, but sailing in general is an amazing sport, amazing pastime, and I'm very interested in classic boats. I do have a classic Star, which you'll see a picture of in a little bit, but I've sailed Twiga, I've sailed some Fife designs, and Marietta of Tom Perkins, and so I have someday I would like to own a bigger classic boat and race in Saint-Tropez. I think that's maybe my dream regatta. So the Star Class was founded as an association. It's called the International Star Class Yacht Racing Association, and it was founded in 1922. But as John just mentioned, the boat was designed in 1911, and taking a step back from that, a guy named George Corey, who was a Long Island sailor, went to a naval architect, William Gardner, who was famous at the time, and asked him to design a small boat that could become a class. I should step back. There certainly weren't international classes, and there weren't a lot of class associations. In the early 1900s, yacht clubs had their boats. Okay, the New York 40, the New York 50. I'm sure here in Europe you had various clubs that had a boat, and the members of the club would race together, and they were of a similar design, or maybe even one design, but they weren't prolific. And so this idea of having an international class was in George Corey's mind, and he asked William Gardner to design a boat in 1906, and it was called the Bug. I don't know if George can be blamed for that, but they named it the Bug. And this was the boat. But after sailing in the Bug for about 4 years, the owners, George Corey and there were 6 or 7 of them, they went back to William Gardner and they said, this thing's too small, it's too wet, it's too miserable, my wife hates it, so we better do something about it. And Corey asked Gardner to design a bigger boat. Well, Gardner said, well, I'm going to have a draftsman in my office, take on this project. So Francis Swaysguth was a draftsman for Gardner, and he drew up the plans of the Star in 1911. And George Corey was the president of the class once we formed the ISCYRA in 1922. So this is the very first Star. It was named Taurus, and it was built by Isaac Smith of Port Washington. So in the winter of 1910 and 11, with these designs, with the design, 22 boats were built in Port Washington, and another 8 were built in Boston Harbor. And of the 22 that were built in Port Washington, 15 went to the American Yacht Club. And then there were a few scattered around Larchmont, Manhasset Bay. So the original star lines are still the lines today. There are some tolerances I'll talk about in a minute, but you know, I was talking with someone this morning. I mean, to me, the Star is still a beautiful boat. It's a little bit racy. I think it's racy in its low freeboard and its hard chines, and it's an amazing that the world has changed so much, and yet the Star somehow, in my opinion, manages to be a very attractive boat. So that first boat in 1911 was a gaff rig. I'm going to go through in this talk some of the evolutions of the class. So it was a gaff rig, as you can see here, and the dimensions were 25 feet, and the boom was 18'5". So the boom hung over the transom of the boat by about 1 meter. And being gaff, it had rings to attach, the sails were attached to the boom and the upper spar, or the main spar, by rings. So they actually had a roller reefing system that they could shorten sail with. And a little different than the talks this morning, the gaff on this boat was almost parallel to the main mast. It wasn't like an opti. Oh, that's the wrong thing. So in 1926, we went to realizing that the gaff was basically parallel to the main mast. They just decided to make one single mast. I'm forgetting whose talk. I think it was your talk this morning about the single mast. And they made the mast 2 feet taller at 27 feet, but they wanted the owners to be able to use the existing sails. They had to put maybe some different fittings on them because the mast had a track, but they wanted it to be able to use the existing sails. So here you can see that the luff of the main's a little shorter than the new mast allowed, because this guy had probably taken the sail from his gaff rig boat. One thing I want to point out here in this picture is that the runners were fixed, okay? So, and it had a top mast headstay. They thought they needed this to support the rig up here, and this was fixed. So when you went downwind, it was a little limiting in how far you could let the mainsail out. And another feature they had early on was a traveler. So it wasn't a controlled traveler, but they had a traveler that allowed you to keep main sheet tension even and get the boom out towards the corner of the boat. By the way, the first Stars cost $240. And then in 1929, they voted at an annual general meeting of the class to approve a taller Marconi rig, which is basically the existing rig we have today. It's 32 feet off the deck, and they shortened the boom from the 18.5 to 14.5 feet. Those are the dimensions we have today. Through the 30s with that rig, tall rig, they thought that they needed double spreaders. So you can see up here a set of spreaders. They also later went to jumpers, but through the 30s, they had double spreaders. This one now has the track backstay here. So they realized that you want to get the backstay out of the way when you go downwind to be able to let the boom go out. And they started to work on the masts a bit, to plane them down, to make them lighter initially was the idea. So there was a gentleman named Walter von Hutchler who won 2 world championships in the Star. And he started planing down the top of these rather substantial masts to make them lighter. And you can already see that these people were thinking about performance. As a side benefit or a side outcome of making the mast lighter, it became more flexible.
And then they realized that that was good too, because as the wind increased and the main sheet load increased, the mast would bend more and the volume of the mainsail would go away and the sail would get flatter. So it had this self-depowering attribute. So from the 40s to the 60s, the masts were all made out of wood and laminated, and I think also in your talk there were solid masts, solid lamination, but some of the masts were built hollow. And again, to try to get the weight out. So there's a lot of engineering going on with the materials of the time. So this is just a graphic to show you the difference of the sail plans. Just checking the time. Did I already chew up 15 minutes? No. Did I? Wow. No, right? They're cheating me. Oh, it's counting down. It's counting down to the start. Got it. All right, so the first World Championship, actually I screwed this up. In 1922, we had the class association. From 22 to 24, those first 3 years, they had the International Championship. In 1925, we had the first World Championship, and this is when this trophy was first awarded. An interesting thing happened during World War II was that people couldn't really ship boats around. There were boats in Europe at the time. We had European competitors. So the World Championships were called Skipper's Series, and you went to the location, which almost always, I believe, was on Long Island Sound, and you drew for boats. They had a rotational setup every day. You took your sails, but they rotated boats. And a good friend of mine, Malin Burnham, won that series in 1945 at the age of 17. And so he's the youngest Star World Champion ever. And he's one of 2 world champion crews that won as a crew and a skipper, the other being Lowell North. So Lowell North crewed for Malin Burnham when he was 17, and Malin was 17, Lowell was 15. And then, Malin had crewed for Jerry Driscoll the year before, and then Lowell won a little later, I think 1957. So it's an international class, as you all know, but it's amazing. There's 160 fleets in 27 nations. It's quite diffused. I put the slide in of these are our districts, and you can kind of see by the development of the districts, going up numerically, how the class grew into first Brazil and then Europe, France and Switzerland, and Northern Europe, Sweden and Finland and Poland, and so on. Starboat was Olympic for 80 years. It's the longest duration Olympic class. It did have a timeout in 1976. They put the Tempest in for Montreal. A good star sailor named John Albrechtsen won the gold medal. Actually, it was all star sailors in the Tempest. It was Albrechtsen, gold, Mencken, silver, and Dennis Conner, bronze in the Tempest. So the star sailors, that's kind of logical, I guess. They just shifted over there. This is the trials to the 72 Olympics for the United States on what's called Berkeley Circle in San Francisco. And it was blowing about 30 this day. And this guy here, Tom Blackaller, is going to sink when he goes downwind. This is Blackaller and this is Buchan. I'm not sure exactly who these are, but famous picture of Tom sunk, and the name of his boat was Good Grief. I should have got that picture. I didn't find it. By the way, I want to just thank you guys. I am the class president, and I'm honored to be that. There were a lot of great leaders before me. Malin Burnham was one. We just lost last week Peter Simpson from Brazil. He just passed away on Sunday. And, you know, I aspire to live up to their leadership qualities and skills. I love the Star class. I've been sailing, I started sailing in 77 as a crew. and trying to give back as much as I can to the class. But I want to thank you guys for asking me to make this speech, because I had to study a lot of the history, and I learned a lot. And I just want to tell you all that on the Star Class website, there's an amazing amount of history. I was fascinated by it all. So Cuba started to feature pretty early in the Star Class history. You can see their fleet charter started in 1923. They first had an event called the Cup of Cuba, the Midwinter Silver Star. That has evolved into what we call the Western Hemisphere Championship. We still have it. For many years, it rotated between Nassau and New Orleans. Now it rotates around to wider venues in the United States, and that lasted from 26 to 57. There's a famous regatta called the Bacardi Cup, which we're going to come up on the 100th Bacardi Cup next year, and it started a few years after the Cup of Cuba, and it raced in Cuba till 59. Then the family, the Bacardi family, left Cuba, as many people did when the Castro regime came in. They moved to Miami, and they became friends with Ding Schoonmaker and Frank Zagarino. And so in 62, the Bacardi Cup restarted on Biscayne Bay, and it's been raced there ever since. Carlos de Cardenas was a two-time world champion sailing with his sons. And then we have one of the most iconic star pictures of all time, racing off Cuba, off Havana there, obviously in some pretty big breeze and pretty big waves. So this gentleman, Elder, George Elder, is really the guy who put structure to the Star Class. So not only were there not a lot of international classes, but how to be organized. What's the structure? Having bylaws, a class association, having class rules, having a measurement system. You know, all these things that it takes to run and organize a competition on the level of the classes we all know now, the 6-meter class. You know, we all know about this, right? But in 1922, it was kind of a new thing to get organized that way. And so George Elder was the president of the Star Class for 22 years, and he is the guy who really evolved all of our structure. And our structure became the example for the Snipe class, for the Lightning class, for a lot of other one designs that came along after that. So just running through a few of the technical developments. When the boat was first designed, it just had exact dimensions. It's just numbers. And then they realized, well, we're dealing with wood, we're dealing with people building boats in their backyards or whatever it is, so they started to have tolerances. And for example, one of the first tolerances was that the boat's 22 foot 7 inches. It could be 22 foot 8 or 22 foot 3. You could be 4 inches too short or only 1 inch too long. And so it was pretty loose. And then in 1941, they tightened that up a bit, and we have the tolerances we have now, which are kind of plus or minus an inch. And I think I'll get into that in a second, because that's a big part of the development with people like Buchan and Etchells, Skip Etchells, and you might have heard of some of these names. So halyard locks were super important because it took the compression out of the mast and allowed you to make the mast smaller and not living or not surviving with that compression load. Traveler became controlled rather than just sliding. The flexible rigs I talked about with von Hutchler. The running backstay tracks, so we saw that. The first boat I sailed on, actually the very first boat I sailed on was a Pelle Pedersen boat, a Europe Star 5771, and you used to have to slide the track back with your hand, and it had it would click its way back, and when you wanted to release it, you pressed down on a lever and the thing would slide forward. There were obviously more evolutions to that. We went from cotton sails to Dacron sails in the 50s, and then we went to yarn-tempered sails in 78. The hull shape exploitation. Okay, here's this part. So these guys, Etchells, Eichenlaub from San Diego, Lippincott from the East Coast, and Buchan from Seattle. And Etchell started his work, by the way, in Seattle. These guys started to realize if you have an inch tolerance all the way across the bottom contour of the boat, you could essentially flatten the boat out by as much as 2 inches or curve it upward by 2 inches. So you could really change the hull shape longitudinally quite a bit. And they figured out that flat out the back was good, full in the front for downwind was good, and they really developed a lot of speed. And like the Etchell's boats, the old Greenwich Boat Company boats, they were very highly sought after. The bellow circular vang. So dealing with a really long boom like that that's close to the deck, you know, it's hard to get downward pressure when you're going downwind. And for years, the boom vang was the crew. The crew would just sit on the boom. And I mean, nowadays, the crew is always on the windward side downwind, so I can't imagine, and it feels terrible when the crew gets anywhere near the middle of the boat. So I can't imagine how bad it felt to have the crew sitting on the boom. We went from wood boats to fiberglass in '68. We went from wood to aluminum on the masts in '71. Yarn-tempered Dacron came in '77. Buddy Melges came to the Star class after a very successful career in the Soling, and smoked everybody on San Francisco Bay with a very flat sail that was also yarn-tempered, and it made a huge difference. And of course, Elvstrom developed the bailer that we use. My first world championship as a skipper was '84, and I remember this. And it was in Portugal, Vila Moura, Portugal, and they presented Duarte Bello with this board that showed the various fittings that he had invented that were used for the Star. So legendary star sailors. Inslee won the first 2 Star World Championships. Arthur Knapp, you might have heard, was famous, but he wrote a book called Sail Your Boat Right. Edler, I already talked about. Von Hutchler won 2 worlds, developed the flexible rig. Then he went to Brazil, and he really was the motivator to the whole Brazilian star sailing fleet. Straulino, you heard of, 3-time world champion from Italy. North, Buchan, Elvstrom, Pedersen, Carlson. Sune Carlson built about 300 stars in the 60s and 70s in Sweden, and his son Leif is still building stars. Winterstrom, and it goes on and on. Actually, Albrechtsen, John Albrechtsen, won a Star World Championship crewing for Paul Elvstrom. Yep, well, here you go. Pele, gold star in '69, bronze in '64, silver in '72. Sune was a big builder. Peter Talberg, I remember, I came to Helsinki in 1979 on my way to Tallinn for the pre-Olympics in the Star. And we had the Star class. There were 3 or 4 of us from America, Buchan, Blackhauler, and Gerard. And we had a really nice dinner with Peter Talberg here. Elvstrom, 2-time, short duration in the Star class, but 2-time world champion. Albrechtsen was he never won the Worlds as a skipper. Stig Winterstrom was on the podium a lot, and Freddie Loof won the gold in our last Olympics in 2012. So sailors with the most titles, Lowell North has 5 because he had 1 as a crew and then 4 as a skipper. Bruno Prada has won 5 world championships with 3 different skippers as a crew, Brazilian. Straulino and Rode won their 3 world championships altogether. Scheidt has won 3 world championships also with the same crew, Bruno Prada. Buchan won 3 world championships with 3 different crews. Buchan had the distinction of the longest span. You can see there, 24 years. That was until last year. And my crew, Fritjof Kleen, has won 3 world championships with 3 different skippers. And then the bottom is all of us lowlifes that only have won twice. We had some celebrity owners. Princess Grace, when she moved to Monaco to marry Rainier, she brought her star. And Albert, I've sailed Twiga with Albert, and he's told me stories about sailing with his mom on the bay there. And then the Kennedy brothers had a star 721 called Flash too. Am I really supposed to be done in 1 minute? Jesus, sorry. I'm gonna go quick then. Lowell North, these two guys, North and Elvstrom, what's cool is they were not only amazing sailors, but they were both had engineering minds and they were innovators. And in those days, like Lowell won a lot of his championships just by having better sails than everybody else. And you could do that back then. Sven Selin was also a star sailor, and I think you all know of him. When I grew up, the star class was great. And what also, the best star sailors in the world sailed the America's Cup boats. Blackaller, Connor, North, and Ficker. Ficker won the America's Cup as well. Pele. Okay, so we have 16 perpetual trophies at our World Championship. And I raced my first Star World Championship as a crew in 1978 at my home club, St. Francis, and they were all laid out, and I was 18 years old. And I just was so impressed by that, and the whole thing. Everybody was always in blazers. It just was such a impressive class. And then as the years went on, we stopped presenting the trophies at the World Championship because, as you can imagine, you have a lot of insurance here. The shipping costs are big. They all have cases. And so we would just send the World Championship trophy to the Worlds. And I became president 2 years ago, and I thought that was just a travesty because I think we need to showcase, this is really what sets the star class, one of the things that sets the star class apart from all other classes. So I've got a German friend, Henning Voigt, who has Voigt Logistics in Germany, and he has agreed to sponsor. So we had all these trophies in Croatia last year. We'll have them all in Naples. We'll have them all in Miami this year. And this is our legacy. Some hiking techniques through the years. You see Taurus there again, and then Von Hutchler's crew was sacrificing a lot, it looks like. Dennis Connor and Ron Anderson in '77 won every single race in the Kiel Worlds, and there were no harnesses, okay? They had straps, you can see, but there's no harness on the crew. And then I won the Worlds in '88, and we had the harnesses. When we got the boot out of the Olympics, a Swiss guy named Michel Nicholas really loved the star, and he started something called the Star Sailors League. And for about 10 years, we would race in December in Nassau, the best sailors in the world. You can see it was just nothing but gold stars. And it was fantastic racing. I don't know if any of you had a chance to see that. He would stream it. And so he gave the class a good boost at a time where we had been sort of kicked in the teeth. This is the vintage star class. I just got my personal coasters. This is Europe's vintage. So like a lot of classes, we're having a resurgence of the old boats getting fixed up, and they're beautiful. And I actually want to go race in this in August in Switzerland. Yeah, I have I'm booked. Okay, great. And this is the one we have in the United States, in Michigan. We have 35 restored boats. You can see there the trailer park. And what's also cool about old stars is they were colorful. Nowadays, everybody's afraid to have a color because you might get identified on the starting line or something. They didn't have that problem back then. This is my boat. It's Durwood Knowles' gold medal boat from the '64 Olympic Games. It's an Etchells, Old Greenwich Boat Company. And I restored it. It was varnished. Someone thought the wood was beautiful, and it was, but it was a white boat when it was born, and I refurbished the whole thing, and I raced this with my son on Gull Lake. Just I think the Star class produces the best sailors in the world. And it's also the place where the best sailors in the world want to go and challenge themselves. This is Split, Croatia in September. We had 106 boats on the starting line. And we're using a technology called Race Sense, produced by a company called Vakaros. So we all have transponders on our boats now. And there's transponders on the starting line. So the machine calls you over early. So there are no general recalls anymore. There's no black flag anymore. The start goes off, and if you're over, you go back. So the first race was shocking to some people. We had 24 OCSs, but they all went back and cleared. And from then on, it was sort of like 4 or 5 boats per race. It's a great tool. Star sailing is really a team sport. I mean, I'm blessed with the results I have recently. You can imagine at my age to be this competitive, and a lot of the thanks has to go to my crew, Fritjof, who's not only a great sailor, but he's a great coach. And so the collaborative working relationship that we have on the boat is what makes us go fast. This is actually a picture of my son with his skipper in the San Diego Worlds, where he unfortunately beat me. My son finished second, and this is me and Frida in Split. We were very fast. It is very physical, but I love that part. And downwind, there's a lot of technique there. That's a good picture of a modern Star deck layout, you know, the bull ring. I can't go into too much detail on all that, and that's the best trophy in the world. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Founder of Classic Yacht Symposium, late Esko Kilpi, called me. He had bought a Star back in 2000 or something, and he called me and said that, Samppa, every sailor needs the Star class in his CV. So that was my honor to be 2 summers with him sailing the Star. But hey, we have a grande finale of Classic Yacht Symposium, Pecha Kucha, which has been the part of the program since the beginning. It's a fun and energetic way of looking at. We have 4 great presentations. We have 20 pictures, 20 seconds each, so it will be a lot of action. So very challenging format, but fun. And the first one to speak is Johanna Bruun. Johanna is the honorary commodore of Suomenlinna Yacht Club. Even more important, she's the driving force behind the Viaporin Tuoppi, my favorite race in Finland. The largest classic regatta in the Nordics, and the owner of course, beautiful Sparkman & Stevens Meri-Mari. Every summer, a huge fleet of classic gathers for some serious and sometimes very much fun around Suomenlinna. So let's give a Johanna a round of applause.
Okay, I started. In the early 1980s, the young Suomenlinna Yacht Club decided to organize a sailing competition in the historic seas surrounding the island fortress of Suomenlinna. The idea of regatta open only for wooden boats was born. At that time, Finland's once magnificent classic yacht fleet was slowly decaying in shipyards and backyards. It can be said with goodwill that Viaporin Tuoppi is one significant inspiration for the revival of classic yacht culture in Finland. From the beginning, the regatta has been organized by volunteers, and nowadays it's still the biggest wooden boat regatta in the Nordics. Many boats arrive at Suomenlinna already in the evening before. In the morning of the regatta day, the atmosphere is buzzing when the motorless yachts leave the harbor in large groups. The harbor lies between 4 islands, and tacking along the narrow exit channels requires real skill. Suomenlinna, a UNESCO World Heritage Site is a historic sea fortress founded in 1748 of Helsinki. The name Viapori is a popular Finnish version of name Suomenlinna, or actually Sveabori, the original name. The true heart of the fortress was a dry dock where the famous warships of the Swedish Navy were built under the leadership of Fredrik Henrik ab Chapman, who was actually the first naval architect considered to be in the world. And our home port is located next door. Around 15 classes race at Viaporin Tuoppi every year. All Nordic classic classes are involved with their own starts. In addition, no class boats will start in a staggered start based on their handicaps. The rating system created specially for this regatta is based on the Nordic LYS rating. This puulys, as we call it, puu means wood, causes a stir every year. The winners are happy and the losers are annoyed. But this is the only way to put these very different boats in the right starting order. The sailing course is an archipelago course of approximately 12 nautical miles. In addition, larger boats will sail an additional loop of approximately 5 nautical miles. Almost every year, we have been lucky to have a great weather. The wind 8 to 16 knots from southwest. The sun is shining, and in August we are still enjoying the summer. Although storm races in freezing conditions have also been experienced. There are about a dozen safety boats on the course to ensure that the race goes smoothly. Although Viaporin Tuoppi is open only to the sailing yachts constructed from wood, all types of sailboats, but only wooden, and sailors are welcome. There are families, groups of friends, and those just enjoying a summer day, as well as ranked competitors, professional sailors, and world champions in their classes. The atmosphere at Viaporin Tuoppi is truly unique. For many, the evening party with dancing and sauna bathing has been even more important than race itself. Every year, large crowds gather in our home port in Suomenlinna. During the day, you race, and in the evening, you go through the race again and again and again in a very best company. Come rain or storm, or most likely fantastic summer weather, the party continues until the very early hours. The port, with its festive flag-draped mast, has always been a truly magnificent sight. Okay. Yes. The name Viaporin Tuoppi, Tuoppi means a beer stein, honors Suomenlinna's long history brewing beer and drinking it too, of course. The concept of Viaporin Tuoppi is unique. In addition to the fact that over 100 well-maintained classic beauties race against each other, Viaporin Tuoppi is a very low threshold regatta where many generations and different groups of friends sail together. Some have come to win, and some just to enjoy the fun atmosphere and maybe to win themselves. Viaporin Tuoppi brings together people who love wooden boats, traditionals, and the Baltic Sea. And this year, we are going to have August the 15th, we are going already to have the 32nd time this race. And you are all invited. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Johanna. I never did the race. If I may, I will. Hey, so you Finns think that you have your classic boat community organized. Well, wait until Christoph is done. He's from the Freundeskreis Klassische Yacht in Germany. In 1994, a few friends came together and just had a beer in the cockpit. And that led to the founding of the Freundeskreis, which is a circle of friends, which has now grown to the largest classic yacht community in the world, with something like 1,600 members. And the rest of the story comes from Christoph.
Hello, dear friends. I think that's one of the most commonly used words today was friends. I really like that. So we heard a lot about friendship in the sailing ladies and in other parts. So I have the pleasure to talk to you about a community of 1,600 friends and even more boats that I'm a proud member of for many years. Short info about myself. I'm a small boat enthusiast, so that allows me, with the help of all these friends, to have one for the addiction. And you heard a little bit about that from Paul. One for the heart, a small day cruiser together with my wife, and one for the legacy of preserving one of the few surviving pre-war classes in this world. So, as John was saying, Freundeskreis, difficult German words, translate to circle of friends. And that's really what the meaning is, and it's got a very positive and also inclusive connotation in German. And that means it's not a club, it's not an organization, it's a community of like-minded people that come together. And this is also how it started. Because back in '94, they realized there was not really a home anymore for classic yachts in the typical events. So they said we need to do two things. One is getting the boats together and the people, and communicate about it. So started with a magazine early on, built a website, and took this forward. And this was so successful that a few years later, we could already fill the entire harbor of Laboe in the Kielfjord with classic boats, just have a good time together, do races, do good food, do beers. And this is now the biggest yacht regatta in Germany for classic yachts, and probably one of the biggest in the world. And we even took it further. You can go always bigger. So every few years, we organize a whole week of cruising in the Baltic Sea. Last edition was in '24 with more than 200 boats, ranging from 12-foot dinghies up to 12 meters, so everything from small boats through to big boats. Next one is going to be in '29, and we hope to see many of you there in this community. All these projects and these races are self-organized projects, so it's a bit difficult because it's various teams, various organizations, and the Freundeskreis Circle of Friends is just the cover and the umbrella of that, and tying everything together, like this night race that goes on the Baltic. And yes, we have a short coast, but we have a lot of beautiful inland waters, and that we associate with the local clubs to build races that may also here, in this case, cover an entire lake, or organize collections of various races throughout the lake over the year, and you can collect ranking points if you're a competitive person, and then go into that. Or it's a more leisurely style of sailing, like here on Lake Constance, where people just come together with boats that have been handed through generations and enjoy just the beautiful summertime and cruising together amidst all these plastic boats that you normally see in the markets. The good thing with our hobby is we also have the nice winter season, so we can spend time in the boatyard. And to warm up in between, we meet in various places, exchange about the projects, have young people presenting their new projects, like Kurt and Emily here, a highly interesting project of Stella and Max Oertz's yacht, which is really key in German history because it introduced long-term cruising to that. And when we go from there, We have a big community also of boat builders and artisans, and they open their doors, invite people in to exchange, to learn about the crafts and trades, because many people do the work on their own boat, and you know that very well. There was a time in between when it was very important to understand what boats are still there. So there was a big initiative to find all the boats in the yards, find a new life for them. And we have to say this is concluded. So this doesn't exist anymore because we know all the boats, most of them have been salvaged, some had to be scrapped, and they all are now in their second life. How many lives will they have? Let's see about that. We have our own symposium. It's pretty technical, maybe because the Germans are engineers, so it's like the craftspeople come together and talk about detail of boat restoration, but also a lot about the history and like the background of design. Why do boats look that way? And things that William also explained today. Or apprentices by Arvik and Rasmussen showing their project. Like I said, communication has always been a big part of what we've been doing. So we've got a membership magazine, but that's not professional authors. It's the members sending in articles, sending in their beautiful pictures of their projects, sometimes very lengthy explanations of exchanging planks and frames on boats, and sometimes beautiful stories about their last trip up to Finland. Our website is like our current news update, and yes, we also run a Facebook and an Instagram account. And if you want to take a very deep dive, we've got a digital yachting museum with tons of information. Yes, and also starboards. Pick this on particular here. And for those that like the modern tools, we introduced a year ago a smartphone app that connects friends of classic boats by the fingertip, and you can have an interactive calendar where you can just jump to the events. And we have a very thriving boating shop. So if you're in need of yet another boat, take a look into that. So with all this done, are we now in the sunset of this history of classic yachts, or are we looking into a sunrise actually here? You can decide for yourself. But a few thoughts for you that we have about how it goes on into the future. So we've got this immense amount of information, and now we've got all these new cool tools coming in. And William, you're doing a lot, and Evelyn, I know, in New York is doing a lot of things. So wouldn't it be great if we could talk to our forefathers with these tools and just understand why they did this by all the communication that was done in the past? And we have 150 years worth of digitized yachting magazines in our archives. But we also need to think about how many lives can these boats actually have? Can we restore them again and again and again and hand them over to the next generations and inspire people to do yet another restoration project after yet another 30 years of use? And particularly also find a young generation going forward that will take this heritage into the future. Because if we do a good job, this boat will live much longer than we do. And then that means they will not only carry their origin, but also even our own heritage into the future. So with that, thank you. And we hope to see you on the water, in the shed, online, or at the bar. Thank you.
Good. Our next presenter is from Spain, Barcelona. Maria del Mar, Mary of the Sea, is coming over to try and build bridges between the sailors in the Mediterranean and the sailors of the Nordic countries. She's part of, when it goes to classics, she's part of the race crew of the iconic ketch, which was built for Lord Dunraven in 1894, Cayard. But her sailing goes from a member of being the Olympic squad in Spain to co-founding and managing the Sail GP team for Spain, that won. And the youth and the Women's America's Cup, it goes on and on and on. And Maria, the sailors of Spain are missing you because we have you.
Great. So, it's a pleasure being here. Narsik Sports Academy is about preparing the youth for the day after. Because once the competition ends, there is a day after, and we have to prepare them for what is coming. I don't know how many of you have seen this film, when I went to the cinema, I told my father, hey, you know what? I'd love to win the America's Cup one day. I couldn't imagine that 30 years later, the team that I co-founded, the Spanish Impulse, that went to the Youth America's Cup, they would actually win the SailGP championship in beating, sorry, Peter, Australia's 3 years dominance. So we were really happy about that, but the most important thing is that after the competition, they already had a day after. So this is the important part, building always a path for the day after. For those who don't know what is SailGP, although I'm sure that you all know what it is, the fastest racing circuit, global championship, 13 cities, 13 teams, foiling catamarans, lots of grandstands. So it's really an amazing competition. So really proud of having that achieved, no? But let's go back to year 2000. So I faced a difficult decision. Should I go to the Olympics, as my crew did in Athens, or should I study? I had applied for a double degree in law and economics, so I didn't know what to do. In the end, I decided to give up education because I thought that I didn't have like a clear path of what was going to happen after the Olympics. But then Jordi Chamar, an Olympic medalist, came into the scene. And he told me, hey, Maria, I want to go to the Olympics. I want to go to the America's Cup. And then I felt myself reflected. And I said, OK, I'll help you, but if you don't drop your studies. So that was a rule. We had other rules. We founded then the Spanish Impulse. They all had the rule of not dropping their studies. If not, I could intervene in the sport decision and decide who could sail or not. If not, I couldn't. And then we went to the Bermuda, to the Youth America's Cup. Nobody thought that we will win or we will reach the final line, but we did. With a very small budget compared to the other competitors, we were close to win. We didn't win at that moment. But then I realized that that team was really amazing. So I should keep supporting them at least until they wanted. So then SailGP came into the scene. We went to the grand final. We told Sir Russell Coates, hey, we would love to have Spain as the next nation in the competition, because it was not at that moment, no? So it seems that what we could for him, we brought the Spanish one, and I believe that was the key, because 3 months later, he called us saying, hey, the Chinese team is dropping from the competition. Would you like to join? So it was a difficult decision because it was year 2000. All the team was willing to go to the Olympic Games, but we did. So we said yes. We said, OK, let's then see how we managed to do that. So 1 month later, we will fly into New Zealand. And then by February, we were flying to Sydney to compete with no credentials, no Olympic medals, no professional sailors. So it was a real challenge. On my side, I was appointed CEO, so the only female non-professional sailor with all those great stars, and then, yes, I was there. But this is also when I realized that you can also remain in the industry with the right education. This is why I really try to support sailors to keep studying. No? So we used the pandemic year to try to as well, like to promote our sport, bringing the King of Spain to sail with us, which was very nice, although the following day we capsized, and well, he gave me a call saying, hey, all the team is okay, and he has been following the team pretty much. And then by year 2021, in that case, because of COVID, medals started coming. So the members of the team, they got medals in Tokyo, in Paris. I remember Diego Botín, who got the gold medal in Paris. In Tokyo, he was 4th, tied on points with the 3rd. So when I asked him, hey, how are you? No? So that was a tough result. But then he said, you know what? We still have SailGP. So that was the objective. So we had built, and this is the purpose, no? So we had built that path for the athletes, so they could also have something else. So after that, we said, okay, we have everything, but what if we replicate that story, but also with other international nationalities. So this is where we founded Nastic Sports Academy, which is a campus in Barcelona where you can study, you can train, you can compete at the highest level. Everything is built around the athletes. So you have the nutritionist, the physios, psychologists, everything, coaches. Then you have also other sports. Some of them, they are more professional than others. So it is also very important for us to learn and to see what can we do better in sailing in order to become like the football national, at least sport in Spain. No? So also, I would like that to be like a place to think big. So what can they do more? So what can they do to remain also in the industry? If they want to go to the Olympics, go for it. If not, we will show them different paths. Because there are plenty of paths, but maybe they don't know that. So for instance, when I was sailing this summer, no, and I met John with the Cayard, how many times we would be willing to have talented people on our boats? But then maybe we don't find the people, we don't have, or they don't have the knowledge. So this is where this project comes. So let me introduce you now to that first cohort, because we just started, so we have 5 nationalities. I'm still missing women and people from the Nordics as well, or for everybody that would like to join. So I hope that in 5 years you will invite me again, and I will explain you the day after, and that we will all enjoy with that new generation of sailors. Thank you very much.
Wow, okay. Well, if that doesn't inspire you, you'll go and see the doctor. There's something wrong with you. Thank you, Maria. Hey, so final Pecha Kucha. Going over to Sidney. Peter Shipway will take the floor, and he will show us around the 18-foot skiffs which race on Sidney. One of the oldest dinghy classes in the world. These boats race with 3 rules. The first rule is maximum length over deck 18 foot. The second rule is no self-bailers. Third rule, the start is at 2 o'clock. So Peter has been sailing these 18-foot skiffs in the past, the vintage ones as well as the modern ones. He does the live commentary from the ferry. He is Mr. 18-foot skiff. I'll just shut up and give the floor to you, Pete. Shippo. So are you actually going to answer the question of what is a ringtail or not?
Stay tuned.
Okay, sorry. Does anybody know what a ringtail is? Just 1, 2, 3. Okay, you've got a project.
Thank you, John. Well, most sailors are familiar with the modern Australian 18-footers as they speed across Sydney Harbour every summer weekend with their carbon sails and spars, but they are vastly different, as you can see, to the original skiffs. It began as the brainchild of a Sydney businessman, Mark Foy, who in 1896 was disappointed that nobody watched skiff racing and was determined to create a boat and races that would solve that problem. And so was born the 18-footer. As John has said and stolen my thunder, rules were at a minimum. Only 18 feet in length, the beam between 7 and 9 feet to give some flexibility, but sail area being unlimited was a massive, measuring 260 square metres with everything up. And most importantly, most races must start at 2 o'clock and betting was allowed. The spars were all solid timber. The bowsprit was 21 feet or 6.5 metres long. The main boom with ringtail spar set measured 42 feet or 13 metres in total. The mast 47 feet high, 15 metres, and a 3-piece spinnaker pole measuring 45 feet. The ringtail is the sail, as you can see, adds area to the mainsail and is only used when going downwind. Mark Foy's idea was to introduce a fast skiff with easily recognised coloured emblems on the mainsail, courses so spectators could watch the entire race from a ferry, and a handicapping system which would give each boat an opportunity to win. This is a ferry, very overloaded, watching the 1921 Australian Championships on Sydney Harbour with 3 bookmakers aboard. To keep them afloat, you needed bodies and plenty of them. Depending on the weather, crew numbers were anywhere between 10 and 15, squashed treble banked along the gunnels. On a light day, they'd throw 5 off and go with 10. Tacking was a nightmare for the poor bailer boy cowering alongside the centre case while a burly mob of adults stampeded across him. Here is a photo of one of the most famous 18-footers, many times Australian champion, pre-World War II, the mighty Aberdare, a major breakthrough in design, being driven hard with all canvas aloft, including a ringtail in a hard nor'easter, with again an overloaded spectator ferry in attendance on Sydney Harbour. The ringtail must be raised and lowered every time going downwind, and believe me, it is not an easy task. As years went on, the rigs were changing as crew numbers were reduced and designers were going from small and lighter skiffs, easily driven with a less sail area. Here is an amazing photo of the contrasting rig sizes. Massive at the back and massive at the back, but small and efficient in the front. Yes, that's 2 18-foot skiffs there, side by side. Post-World War II, the skiffs had become a lot lighter, less crews, less beam, and gaffs had disappeared, replaced by a Marconi rig, but still timber. Here is the famous Jenny from the northern state of Queensland, with every scrap of sail aloft, with the ringtail skimming the water, looking to be in some trouble until you notice the crew are not the least bit perturbed. Remarkably, 18-foot skiff racing was never cancelled. Here is an 18-footer flying a spinnaker in a westerly gale on Sydney Harbour in 1952, in wild and woolly conditions, as you can see. Most crews played rugby in the winter and sailed 18-footers in the summer, so they were pretty tough. Advances in technology during the 1950s had a dramatic effect on sailing, and Australians quickly learned that the moulded veneer building techniques had accelerated that development. By the early 60s, crews were getting heavily reduced, led by the introduction of the trapeze, and boats were getting down to lighter crews, and they were down to 4 or 5, maybe 6 as a maximum. But some were even trying a crew of 3. The first of these was Venom, a plywood design and skippered by the one and only Ben Lexon, as mentioned previously in the Sydney Hobart talk, then Bob Miller, the Australian America's Cup designer, winning the Australian Championships way back in 1961 as a 3-hander. The 3-handers had arrived, with the skipper now on the trapeze, but not everyone was convinced, with the 4-handers still dominating and winning all major championships. The sails were getting bigger, and they had a choice of 3 rig configurations, depending on the wind conditions. Extra large, medium or small. A bit like your coffee, really. Travelodge, as we've seen here, in the early 70s, a young New Zealand designer was starting to make a mark in the 18-footers, and that was Bruce Farr. One of his designs from New Zealand in 1972, this boat became the first 3-hander in history to win a world championship. All Farr designs had extended deck wings, some had jibing centreboards, and others had small skegs to increase the water flow around the rudder. Bruce Farr, once again ahead of his time, producing 4 successive world championships. Designs were still unrestricted, only having to be 18 feet in length, and in the mid-70s there appeared a new kid on the block, a 17-year-old Ian Murray, who dominated the 18-foot skiff world, winning an incredible 6 Australian and world championships in succession, all boats to his own design and sponsored by a national television network, Channel 7. Murray joined with boat builder John McConaughey to construct hulls using space-age materials, with his knowledge gained when they both went to the USA to visit NASA and aerospace to purchase prepreg Nomex and Kevlar materials. The bare hull only weighed 30 kilograms and almost 25 kilos lighter than any other skiff, launching McConaughey onto the world boat building stage. Outrigger wings were introduced in the 1980s, proving great success, enhancing stability and hence speed, as wings became wider up to an incredible 32 feet or 10 metres tip to tip, and rigs were going up to 45 feet or 14 metres. It was an arms race to see who had the widest wings. However, rules were changed in 1985 after this wing war, limiting them to 22 feet from, or 6.7 metres tip to tip. Around this time saw the introduction of asymmetrical spinnakers, so no more massive spinnaker poles joined in 3 or 4 places, just a lengthy fixed bow pole as still used today. Boats were coming from the USA, United Kingdom and Europe to contest the annual World Championships. This is the World Championship Honda from New Zealand. In 1991, one of the biggest decisions was made in 18-foot history to go with a single hull, one design, and chose Ian Murray as the designer. Each boat was only allowed 2 mainsails, 2 headsails and 2 spinnakers each year. Sails and rigs can be tweaked, but not the hulls. All 18-foot skiff races today are now sailed in Ian Murray design skiffs. Around the turn of this century, a group of retired and some current 18-foot skiff sailors embarked on a significant program to build a fleet of historical 18-foot skiffs based on the exact plans of yesteryear. They continue to race every weekend currently as the replicas of years gone by. An appropriate end, a battlefield where the modern skiffs are coming to a southerly buster during a world championship, reminding everyone just how hard they are to sail and stay upright. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, Peter. That's. I've literally, as a kid, I started dreaming about 18-foot skiffs at that size. It's been my. I'm not too old. I'm going to do it.
One day.
One day. So.
You want to talk something about some future projects?
Yes.
One more, 2 slides coming up.
Yes. So here's the quick and dirty version of a big project. We had a meeting with the organization in December, and we were just talking about the economic situation in the world and what have you, and that nothing was going on. And I thought, you know what, I'm going to just send an email to a couple of boatyards and friends and see, hey, what's going on at your boatyard? Is it really that quiet? That one series of emails within 10 days resulted in 40 restoration projects all over the world. And I was just simply overwhelmed, and it led to the idea and the concept to see if we can build a platform to connect people who are restoring boats. And the key thing there is you are not alone. When you're hanging upside down in the bilge, trying to reach that darn little nut to open so you can drop your keel, you're not alone. There's loads of people around the world doing that, and what the idea is to build a platform to connect yards, owners, people who are restoring boats, help them to exchange knowledge, and maybe just get an invitation from someone who's already sailing just to give them inspiration to keep on going. So Mike Insinger will be driving the project. Is Mike here somewhere? Well, Big Mike. There he is in the back. Please give us a bit of time. We've just been overwhelmed with the amount of work to actually have today happening. But this is sort of, our post-symposium project, and we'll try and put a structure in place so that it actually could, grow and give back to the sport and the yards that we love.
Yes, great initiative. But hey, we are about to close this symposium this year. We would like to, of course, thank you all participants here, and of course our virtual watchers, and then our partners, all the volunteers, you name it. This has been an incredible day. I hope you guys have also enjoyed. Still, you want to talk something about Singolia?
Yes, I hope everybody's coming to the gala dinner tonight. During the gala dinner, we have the Singawala Awards. There's a Nordic award and an international award, and those go to people who have made a lasting impact over many years. This evening they will go to 2 immensely creative and extraordinary people. So we're keeping you a little bit in suspense, but you'll find out tonight.
Yeah, and also, so like John said, so we have a dinner tonight starting at 7 o'clock, reception at the Kalastajan Torppa. So if you have registered there, that's great. We will see you there. For our all foreign guests who have joined this morning with the bus, so the bus leaves from the same place that you came this morning, and jump there, so you will get back to the hotel. Don't miss it. And tomorrow there's also a visit to Kotka Red Sky Yachts, the place which starts at 10 o'clock from Kalastajan Torppa front. So if you have not registered yet, so you can put it into a WhatsApp group. That's for the international guests. But hey, who's coming next year? Let's have a selfie about it.
Okay, yeah, let's get there. Just putting, yeah. There you go. Oh.
Hands up.
Yeah.
Big Mike.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, we hired Sam Altman. He's going to do the face recognition. You will have the letter and a reminder.
I think one of our biggest challenges is to go better than this year, but I'm sure we will manage. So please give us a lot of feedback. There will be a feedback survey sent after the event. So give us a feedback so we can make this even better next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you.